All right, if the lawyers could approach for a second, please.
We have a couple of more after them, but those are in person.
Okay. So we have Sealman, Scott Sistick, S. Thomas, and Aaron. Who do you want first?
Who's the last one?
Aaron, A-R-A-A-R-O-N.
I don't know who that is. They might be using somebody's.
Right.
But the first one is Scott Thomas. So,
Okay, so that'll be S. Thomas. Okay. All right. Are we ready for the jury?
yes.
All right. So let's go ahead and bring him in. I'll go ahead and admit him now to make sure everything's all set up here.
They're going to be Zoom, John.
Right.
Can I just set
Sure,
this up so
right.
that it shows the jurors?
Right. Right, we just want the podium. All right, you're S. Thomas, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and then you've unmuted yourself. That's good. All right, so the jurors are coming in. I'm the judge below. I'll go ahead and place you under oath, and then the lawyers will ask you some questions, right?
Yes.
I think you've done this before, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, so we're bringing the jurors in?
Yes, Your Honor.
Great.
Deputy Marshal, on the juror, please.
Young jurors in the jury box and seated.
Good morning, members of the jury. Good morning. How are you this morning? All right. Any issues as far as hearing or seeing anything about the case at all? All right, everyone's shaking their head now. Defense, please call your next witness.
Thank you. Scott Thomas.
Sir, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Very good. You may proceed.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jurors?
My name is Deputy Scott Thomas. I'm a deputy of Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office in Palm Beach County, Florida.
And Deputy Thomas, how long have you been with the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office?
About 13 years now.
Right, and your current job responsibilities with them?
I'm in the K-9 unit.
All right, what about back in January of 2016?
I was on road patrol.
All right, I want to turn your attention to January 3rd of 2016. Did you respond to 103 Plantation Boulevard?
Yes, sir.
And is that located in Palm Beach?
Yes, Palm Beach County.
All right. And when you arrived to that call, who was there when you got there?
I refer back to my report,
Sure.
to be honest with you, because it was a while ago. But
Sure.
there was the three people. The three people listed in the report were there.
And who were those three people?
I may refer to the report for the exact names if that's
Sure.
okay.
Sure.
So the complainant was Richard Ivancic. We have Shelby Nealy and the and then the person that got bigger acted, Jamie, looking for the last name. I don't have it. I don't have the last name, but the person that got big dragged was Jamie.
All right. So you said Richard Ivancic was the person who made the call?
Oh, yes, according to my report.
All right. And also present was Shelby Nealy and Jamie, who you said ended up getting Baker acted?
Correct.
All right. Did you observe any injuries to Jamie?
Yeah, so according to my report, there were injuries to her wrist that I observed.
And do you know the number of injuries that were to her wrist?
I'm going to say I'm relying solely on my report here because of the amount of time it was ago.
Sure.
And I'm going to, but yes, and it was accurate. It says I observed 15 small lacerations on Jamie's left wrist and 16 plus scratch marks on Jamie's left ankles.
And did those appear to be fresh?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Do you know if she was pregnant at the time?
According to my report, that she was. So she must have told me on the scene.
All right. And did you obtain sworn written statements from both her father, Richard Ivancic, as well as Shelby Nealy?
According to the report, yes, ma'am.
All right. And based on those reports and the totality of the circumstances and injuries and so forth that you saw, it was Jamie that was Baker acted at that time?
Yes, correct.
All right. I don't have any other questions.
All right. Thank you. Any cross-examination?
Yes, sir. And Deputy, I apologize, but feel free to reference your report. I understand that this was a long time ago and you may not remember these details. So this occurred January 3rd of 2016?
Yes.
And at that time, Jamie Ivancic was 5 months pregnant?
That's what I was told.
Okay.
On scene, yes.
And you have her down as weighing 120 pounds at that time?
That's what they must have told me on scene, yes.
Okay. And Shelby Nealy weighed 115 pounds at that time?
Same, yes.
And he was a male, obviously he was not pregnant, right?
Correct.
And you indicated, so Richard Ivancic, with date of birth December 13 of 1947, is the one that made the call?
Yes.
But he was calling based on information that Shelby Nealy had provided to him, correct?
Correct.
And when you, law enforcement, arrived and spoke to Shelby Nealy, he claimed that Jamie Ivancic wanted to kill herself for unknown reasons, correct?
Yeah, I think he told that she was having, like, she suffered from being bipolar, depression. She was having, she had all those things that I listed in the report, so yes.
But he didn't provide any reason as to what precipitated this particular event, correct?
No, just that she was suffering from being bipolar and depressed and whatnot, and that's what made her do this.
But both Shelby and Richard indicated that whatever had happened, Shelby was the only one with Jamie at that time, correct?
Yes, and they both put eyewitnesses that they saw this in.
Okay. And in terms of this event, you didn't arrest anybody, right? You ended up taking Jamie Ivancic to the hospital?
Correct.
And other than the injuries, she was generally telling you that she felt fine and she was doing all right?
Yeah, she lied. She was saying that her cat is the one that gave her the markings on her wrist.
Okay. I don't have any more questions. Thank you, Deputy.
Any
Yes.
redirect?
Deputy Thomas, when you arrive, generally speaking, when you arrive at scenes and you're going to speak with witnesses or have them give written statements, it's the practice to do that individually, correct?
Yes,
You
ma'am.
talk with one person or have one person write a statement where they're not around the other person who's writing a statement. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And the statement that Richard Ivancic wrote for you indicates that I saw my daughter took a knife across her wrist without cutting herself, right?
I would have to go back to review the statements exactly. I just know that verbally what they told me, and because it was a big wreck, I just had them write it on paper. But yes,
Do you have those written statements?
I don't. No, ma'am. So if you have it, I obviously believe what you have from the case.
And her father also said she cut her wrist while her husband was with her in the bedroom. Do you recall that?
I don't. If like I said, if that's the statement, then that's what it was turned in. Yes, ma'am.
All right. And like you said, these statements, since they're taken individually, these two people, or in your investigations that you do, these two people would not be together when they're either writing statements or talking to you about what happened. Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And do you recall that Shelby Nealy, in his statement, likewise said she cut herself with a knife?
Yes, they were similar.
All right. And that she threatened to kill herself with a knife?
Yes, that she was having suicidal thoughts.
And when you say that Mr. Sarabia asked you if you took her to the hospital and you said yes, when you Baker Act somebody, that's because they're a threat to themselves or other people. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Anything else from the state?
No, good.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, who's your next witness? Okay. All right, sir, if you can go ahead and unmute yourself, first of all. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Okay. There you go. All right. This is a judge. I'm going to go ahead and place you under oath. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Very good. You may inquire.
All right, please introduce yourself to our jurors.
Detective Scott Sispek of City of Cleveland, Division of Police, badge 1395.
Okay. Could you please spell your last name? I keep forgetting.
Spelled S-I-S-T-E-K.
All right, and Detective Sistek, how long have you been a detective?
Approximately 6 years.
All right, and how were you employed with the Cleveland Police Department back in 2016?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do for them back in 2016?
I was on patrol.
Right. I want to turn your attention to April 27th of 2016, just past 4 o'clock a.m. Did you respond to a call of a female threatening a male and a baby?
Yes.
Okay. And when you got there, what did you see?
We talked to Mr. Nealy that was standing outside the apartment with a baby inside the vehicle.
All right. And what did you do after you saw Mr. Nealy with the baby?
Well, we just started gathering information, me and my partner, between him and the female was over there on scene.
All right. And did you come into contact with the female?
Yes.
Would you describe her demeanor, please?
I'm going to have to refer to my report.
Sure.
So the report, I have it as being crying and hysterical.
And did the male have injuries to him?
I have documented in my report that he had scratches on his arms and his neck, and he stated that he was bit and pepper sprayed.
I'm sorry, he stated that he was
Bitten and pepper sprayed.
by this female?
Yes.
All right. Did she have any physical injuries to her?
I have it documented there was no signs of physical injuries at the time.
All right. And where did you end up taking her?
We took her to Metro Health Medical Center into the ER for a psychological evaluation.
All right. And did you work any other calls that day involving these individuals?
To my knowledge, no.
All right. Did she claim, the female, did she claim that the male injured her?
I have it documented. She claims she was choked by the male.
All right, and you saw no signs of any injury on her?
According to my document, not at the time.
All right, thank you. That's all I have, Judge.
Any cross-examination?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good morning, officer or detective.
Good morning.
Yeah, so Jamie Ivancic actually claimed that Shelby Nealy had attacked her and choked her until she urinated on herself, correct?
On my document, yes.
Okay. And again, that was April 27th at about 4 a.m. Of 2016?
Yes, sir.
I don't have no questions.
And here we direct.
We heard some questions about this yesterday, so I just want to ask, when Mr. Sarabia just asked you, and we heard you say about the choking, you say that she also claimed that it made her urinate on herself?
I have it written down. I have to refer to it. I just put that offender claims that the victim attacked her and choked her until she urinated on herself.
All right, but you didn't make any notations or anything of her having wet pants, wet bottom, or any kind of other injuries, correct?
I just put that offender did not have any physical signs of injury at this time, to include no mark on her neck or bloodshot eyes.
And when you say offender, you're referring to the female?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Who's your next witness? All right. morning, sir. If you can go ahead and unmute yourself. There you go. Yeah, this is Judge Balone. I'm going to go ahead and place you under oath. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, very good. All right, you may inquire.
All right, please introduce yourself to the jury.
I'm Sergeant Dale Carlton with Broadview Heights Police in Ohio.
All right, and Detective Carlton, how long have you been with the Broadview Heights Police Department?
Almost 20 years.
Okay, and how long have you been a detective?
I'm actually a sergeant on the road.
Okay, sergeant on the road. And how long have you been doing that?
I've been a sergeant for 5 years.
All right, and what about in August of 2016? What were your responsibilities back then?
I was a patrolman. I was working a zone, answer calls, traffic stops, normal routine stuff.
Okay, I want to turn your attention to August 28th of 2016 in the evening hours. Did you respond to 2761 West Wallings Road?
Yes.
And when you arrived, who did you first come into contact with?
The homeowner, I believe, Luann Lawrence.
All right, and was she the one who called this call in, who made this call?
I believe so, yes. She called it in.
All right, did you go into the home?
I did.
As you went into the home, did you hear anything?
Yeah, there was a male and a female arguing pretty loudly.
All right, and did you hear the female screaming at the male?
Yes.
All right, and when you, well, did you later learn during the course of your investigation that the male involved was Shelby Nealy and the female involved was Jamie Ivancic?
Yes, I did.
All right, and where in the home did you go first when you went inside?
Through the garage into the breezeway. Again, it's years ago, so I'm
Sure.
trying to remember off the top of my head. But you go through the garage, you turn right, and there's like a breezeway there, and they were up almost into the house.
All right, and what did you see as you approached going through there?
I saw a male lying on his back, a female on top of him, and he had grabbed her wrists.
Okay, so was she sitting on top of him?
She was.
All right. And that was Mr. Nealy and Miss Ivancic, apparently, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you said that he was holding her wrist or her arms?
Yeah, he was on his back, and he was holding onto her wrists or her arms.
And did you hear him saying anything to her?
I can't recall off the top of my head. I have my report here. I believe they were just arguing, and I don't remember if they said anything to each other or what was said, but it was argument, and he was just kind of holding on to her wrists. So.
You can refer to your report if you need to,
Okay.
but was he telling her to?
Yeah. I remember it was an argument. They were arguing over something, and I just read it. I'm sorry.
Do you have it noted in your report that he was telling her to calm down?
He told me that later.
Okay.
That when I talked to him after everything was calm, I asked him what happened, and he said that he was holding on to her wrists to get her to calm down.
Okay. And you obviously have a copy of the report and some photos that were provided to you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the photos that you have, do those depict Shelby Nealy? There's 6 photos, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And those depict Shelby Nealy in an orange shirt?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I would ask that what's been marked as exhibits 12 through 17, 6 photos be admitted into evidence as defense 12 through 17.
Any objection?
Can I see them?
All right, they're admitted.
May I publish these?
You may. Okay. And any further questions by the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
Well, yes, actually one. So these photos that you took are actually, since they're taken in relation to this report, this would have been how he appeared at that time on that day, correct? Or that evening?
It was.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
Yes, Judge, thank you. Good morning, Sergeant Carlson.
Good morning.
Or Carlton, sorry. When you got there, you separated the parties and you ended up speaking with Jamie Ivancic.
I did.
And Jamie Ivancic told you that for the past year she'd been beaten by her husband, Shelby Nealy.
She did.
And she told you that just a couple days ago they had been driving and she was the one driving and the defendant grabbed her arms and twisted them, causing the car to spin out of control.
She did.
And she also told you that this night in particular, the one you responded, that they'd been arguing, and she told the defendant, Shelby Nealy, that she was going to leave him. He got upset and then grabbed her and began to choke her.
That's what she told me, yes.
And she told you that she was very afraid of him. She fought back by scratching at him, and that the only way she could get him to calm down was to sit on him.
She did.
Okay. I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Yes. You were informed during this investigation that Miss Ivancic was 10 weeks pregnant while she was sitting on top of Mr. Nealy, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And were you also told that she was off of her bipolar medication
Yes, I was.
and that caused her to become violent when she would get upset?
Overruled.
I'm sorry, do you need me to repeat?
That's what he told me, yes.
Okay. Did he indicate to you that on this particular night he was trying to protect himself because she was choking him?
He did tell me that, yes. He said that the only way he could get her to calm down is to grab her arms.
Now, when you asked him about the incident that she claimed had happened a few days earlier, he admitted to you that there was an argument, right?
He did.
All right. And he told you that he was actually attacked and defended himself.
He did.
All right. And I believe one of the photos that you took, the black eye would have come from that incident. Is that right?
Correct. His black eye and a couple of the scratches were not fresh. And I noted in my report that had to have come from a different incident.
Okay. Now, Mr. Sarabia, the prosecutor here, had asked you a question about Jamie indicating to you that her arm had been twisted in some fashion and she thought there was something wrong with it in the this incident, this argument a couple days prior?
She did. She told me she thought it was broken, I believe is what she said.
She didn't go to the doctor a few days prior regarding that or since that time, had she?
No.
You charged Jamie Ivancic with domestic violence. Is that
I
right?
did.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
All right, anything else from the state?
Jamie Ivancic did end up going to Metro Health Hospital that evening, though, right, or that early morning?
I'm not sure which one she went to, but she did go to the hospital, yes.
Okay. And she was never convicted of anything from this incident, right?
From what I've heard, I can't necessarily say that. From what I was told, she did not get convicted of a domestic violence, no.
Okay.
I didn't look it up.
And again, to be clear, like we saw a group of photographs. Those were indicated to you that some of those injuries, like the black eye and some of the scratches, had come from this incident in the car a couple of days earlier?
They weren't fresh, so I believe they had come from that incident, yes.
Okay. I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
Well, if it's within the scope, yes. I mean, it does have to stop at some point. Go ahead.
You indicated that Ms. Ivancic went to the hospital. Was she upset, uncooperative, and screaming and told you that she did not want to go to the hospital, but then eventually agreed with you to go to the hospital?
She did, yeah, she was very upset and didn't want to go and did exactly that, yes.
And the reason that Mr. Nealy was not convicted is because, Ms. Ivancic was not convicted, was because Mr. Nealy didn't want to continue to press charges against her, right?
Right.
I'm asking if he knows.
I don't think he knows the answer to that, right?
I don't know, Judge. I'm just,
All right.
based on what Mr. Sarabia asked him, that's why I asked that question.
All right, so if he doesn't know, he can say he doesn't know. If he does know, he can say what happened.
All I can tell you is that he did not want to fill out a statement, did not request a temporary protection order. I don't know what else happened after that.
All right, thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, who's your next witness?
Tammy Fox.
So, we'll see if this is Tammy Fox. All right, we're trying to find Tammy Fox. Is that you? All right, if you can unmute yourself. All right, but there you go. So we couldn't hear you before. So you're Tammy Fox?
Yeah,
All right. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, you're very good. All right, you may inquire.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Bjorn Brunvan. I represent Shelby Nealy. If you could please tell the jury your full name.
Tammy Louise Fox.
And are you currently employed?
No, sir, I'm retired.
Okay. Back in December of 2015, where were you employed?
I was employed at the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office.
All right. And how long had you been employed with the Palm Beach Sheriff's Office at that time?
Since 2003.
Okay. So about 12 years, if my math is correct?
Something like that, yes.
All right. Do you recall an incident involving Shelby Nealy and Jamie Ivancic?
Only based on the report that I received.
All right. And so based on the report, and feel free to refer to the report is prepared by yourself, right?
Yes.
And you had at least 12 years of training on how to prepare reports.
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that you prepare reports with as many details as possible in the event that at some point in the future you may have to come and testify about what happened?
Yes.
All right. So from reviewing the report, what can you tell this jury about what happened when you arrived at 103 Plantation Boulevard in Lake Worth on December 21st, 2015?
I responded to a 911 call, possible domestic in progress. When I got there, I met a woman, I can't remember her name, Jamie. She was a bit out of control and uncooperative. At that point, I had met her husband.
Let me stop you for a second, if I may.
Yeah.
You just indicated that Jamie Ivancic was a bit out of control, right?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to take a closer look at your report and tell this jury how you described her at the time. I think you used slightly different language.
Completely out of control.
Okay, very good. And what else? Can you tell the jury about how you found Jamie Ivancic when you arrived at that scene?
She was out of control and uncooperative with me.
Okay. Was she standing up, sitting down?
I don't remember.
All right, well, take your time and take a look at your report. Shortly after the completely out of control language, that might help you.
Oh, she was sitting, yes.
All right. And so what do you do next?
Based on my report, the husband, Shelby Nealy, stated that she had taken some of her 4 or 5 of her prescription medication.
Okay.
And she said she was going to stab her belly and kill herself and the baby.
Okay. And the medication that she indicated, was that Seroquel 200 milligram?
I don't know. It's blocked out on my report.
It is. Okay. All right. And what happens next?
I checked her stomach and saw a surface cut across her belly. I checked the medication bottle and found only 3 pills. I contacted fire rescue. They came and they transported her to the nearest receiving facility, which would have been JFK, and I Baker acted her.
Okay. And you Baker acted her because of what?
I felt she was going to be harm to herself or others if she didn't get treatment.
And the other in particular was who?
The child.
Have a moment, Your Honor.
You may.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any cross-examination?
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, sir.
You don't actually remember anything about this incident at all, right?
I do not.
But according to your report, based on what defense counsel just talked to you about, you have a pretty good idea of what happened from reviewing that, right?
Yes.
Now, the allegations made in that report about Jamie that were made to you were relayed to you by Shelby Nealy, right?
Correct.
And you said you did not arrest her for anything, right?
No.
And you said that you Baker acted her as a result of your inactions, right?
Yes.
Baker acting someone isn't supposed to be a punishment, right?
No.
In fact, it's supposed to get them help because they need some sort of mental health or psychiatric help, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that's what you did in this case, right?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
The fact that you don't recall anything, that's the reason why you write reports, right?
Yes.
And you're not going to include details in a report if they were not accurate and truthful at the time, right?
Correct.
And in addition to receiving the information that you saw when you first arrived, right? You told the jury what you saw, according to your report.
Yes.
All right. But in addition to that, and having been told by Shelby Nealy about his concerns, you actually saw a cut across the belly of Miss Ivancic, Jamie Ivancic. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Members of the jury, we have some good news and some bad news. Overall, it's good news, and that is we're moving along, and we don't have any witnesses right now because we're moving along so well. So we're going to go ahead and give you a 15-minute break, and then hopefully we'll be ready with some witnesses at that point, okay? So we'll see you in 15 minutes, if possible, otherwise maybe a little bit longer. All right, so hopefully Ms. Delabrado will be available in 15 minutes. I don't know what meeting she's in, but I'm sure it's an important meeting, but this is important too. All right, so we'll be back hopefully in 15 minutes. right, you may be seated. All right, so the defense is ready now, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Good.
Court ready for the jury, Your Honor?
We're ready.
Call Deputy Marshal to present the jury whenever you're ready.
There are jurors in the jury box and seated.
Very good. Welcome back, members of the jury. Defense, please call your next witness.
Call Maria Deliberado.
Raise your right hand right here, please, ma'am.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, I do.
This way, please, sign. Please watch your step.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
You may inquire, Mr. Brother.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your full name.
Maria Deliberado.
And how are you employed?
I am an assistant public defender, and I'm also the executive director of Floridians for Alternatives to the Death Penalty.
And how long have you been with the Public Defender's Office?
I've been with the Public Defender's Office for 6 years, and I had a prior job as a capital defense lawyer before that,
Okay.
and a prosecutor.
At some point in time, you met Shelby Nealy, is that correct?
That's right.
You see him in the courtroom?
I do.
All right. And initially, did you meet him because of your role as a public defender?
Yes.
All right. That relationship, attorney-client relationship that started between you and Shelby Nealy when you were a public defender and he was a client, at some point that ended?
Yes.
All right. When that ended, did you continue to cultivate a friendship with Shelby Nealy?
Yes.
Right. Could you tell the jury about that?
Sure. I mean, I continued at the beginning. It was just sort of to ease the transition. A lot of times in these kinds of cases, you know, they're really emotional and hard, and clients get used to certain representation. So I continued to talk to him to ease the transition. And then just so he has someone to talk to. He's been in solitary confinement for a long time, and it's really difficult. So more just to continue talking to him, making sure he's okay. He's someone that I care about.
All right. Is this something that you do with other clients, or is this strictly something that you've done with Shelby Nealy following determination of the legal representation?
So this is, I would say, the first time in terms of when the case was like still pending that I continued the friendship. I still maintain friendships with, and you know, checking in on a lot of my prior clients. This kind of work just sort of happens that way. So I do still keep in contact with clients that I no longer represent. But I would like not when their cases necessarily were still pending. I can't think of an example where that happened.
Okay. Do you feel that this is a friendship that's almost like he's become part of your family?
I think so. That's how I would describe it, kind of like older sister, aunt, maybe. I mean, he doesn't have any family here locally, and again, he's in solitary, so I think, he became someone that I spent time talking to. He got to know, my boyfriend, his family, my friends, lots of other people in my life, so sort of welcomed Shelby into the fold.
Okay. Has he spoken with your parents at some point?
He has. A couple of times he's called, and they've been here to visit, and they sort of know, of course, what I do and support what I do. So he's definitely said hello to both of my parents and my brother.
Okay. How often would you say you speak with him?
It depends. In the beginning, it was definitely more frequent, especially because, of the transition. And over the years, a little bit less. I mean, I try to check in on him whenever I can, maybe once a week or so. Not long conversations, but just sort of checking in and making sure he's doing okay.
All right. You indicated that he's solitary. What does that mean?
So in the jail, he's held in a single cell, so he doesn't have contact with other inmates. His only contact is with the guards or anybody that would come to visit him.
All right. And has that been the case for most of the time that he's been incarcerated?
Yes, there's been a few times when they've tried to move him off of solitary, and then he was always moved quickly back.
He always what?
Was moved quickly back.
Okay. When there were times when there was talk about moving him out of, it's called protective custody?
Yeah.
Okay. What would his reaction normally be as far as reaching out to you?
He was always very worried and scared, and he would always ask me, please call Bjorn right away and see if he can contact the jail and get me moved back to protective custody. He was always worried for his safety.
Okay. Outside of being a lawyer and outside of the things that you do as it relates to the death penalty, you travel.
I do.
And you climb mountains.
I do climb mountains, very large ones.
And mountains that might actually be dangerous to climb from time to time. Is that?
I think that's fair.
Okay. When you plan these trips over the past several years, while you've had Shelby Nealy as a friend, do you tell him about your trips?
I do.
In advance?
Yes.
What's his reaction to you telling him about these trips?
Two things. He always likes to sort of know what other people are doing on the outside to sort of understand what the world might be like, and he's also always worried about my safety. Obviously I understand why we're here, and I know the terrible thing that he's done, but he also is a very caring individual, and he always would worry about my safety and make sure that, I would be okay, and he would always tell me to be careful.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that he's intrigued by the adventures that you go on?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that he appears to be relieved when you return safely?
Yes, he always wants to know, and there's definitely been times where I've, texted somebody in the office or made sure that, I think I've texted his mom a couple of times while I was traveling to let her know that I was safe so that she could relay that message to him.
Okay. While Mr. Nealy has been incarcerated and he's going to be incarcerated the rest of his life, right?
Correct.
Do you anticipate that regardless of where he ends up, if he ends up on death row or serving life in prison, will you continue to have contact with him?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. While he's been here in the county jail, are you aware of the fact that he has actually written a book?
Yes.
Do you know the name of the book?
Finished.
Okay. And has it been published?
Self-published on Amazon.
Okay, all right. So pretty much anyone can publish a book if they wanted to?
Yes.
I mean, you had to type it up or have someone type it up?
That's right.
But it can be published. So
Yes.
It's been self-published. If you go on Amazon, you can look it up and buy it if you wanted to,
Yes.
right? Okay. Have you read it?
I read it when he was writing it handwritten, so I read it sort of chapter at a time. Yes.
Okay. Is it your type of a book?
I mean, I would say it's probably not. It's creative. Mostly for me, the idea that he did that while in custody just shows like I knew he wanted to have a purpose, and it's a much better use of his time than I've seen in many other circumstances. I enjoyed reading it because it was something that he created.
Okay. So instead of causing problems and getting in trouble, staying busy writing a book, and that's a good thing.
And trying to find a purpose beyond what we're here for.
Okay. Who would you say, based on your understanding of the book, the audience would be?
I would say a teenage boy, for sure.
Okay.
My partner has 2 sons, and I would recommend his youngest son read it.
Okay. The Shelby has 3 children, is that correct?
That's right.
All right. And what are their names?
Mackenzie, Bella, and Oliver.
All right. Mackenzie's the oldest?
That's right.
Okay. As far as Bella and Oliver, is he allowed to have contact with them?
He's not.
Okay. And is there something that he's been doing while he's been in the county jail that involves you and involves his 2 youngest children, Bella and Oliver?
Yes, he's been writing to them on their birthdays. He's gotten cards from the commissary and written those cards and given them to me for safekeeping in the event that either he's ever allowed to have contact with them, or when they become of age that they want to have contact with him, whether or not he's alive. He would like me to get those cards to him after they come of age, or at least have them available should they have questions about him. And they're basically cards from like he bought them in the jail, so they're like Hallmarky kind of cards.
Okay.
With a handwritten note just about happy birthday, I miss you, I love you, I'm thinking about you, you would like this toy, or I'm thinking about this, and basically just like that.
All right. And you're just holding on to those in the event that in the future they may want them, or
Yeah, and in my experience doing this work, I've never had an adult child of a person in these circumstances not want to at least reach out for information and to at least have a conversation with their parent.
Okay.
Whether they continue that relationship or not, sometimes they do and sometimes they don't, but giving them that opportunity feels really important.
okay. During the time period that how many years have you now known Shelby?
I started here in March of 2019, and I think I probably met him maybe sometime that summer, so sometime maybe later that summer or fall, so about 6 years.
Okay. And have you seen any changes in him during that time period?
Yes, definitely. He used to not, when things would change in the jail and things would get moved around, he would have a really hard time with change and get very upset, never in a acting out in an angry way, but just really overly concerned and anxious. And over time I've noticed, to the point I think the last time he was moved, I happened to be in the jail when they were moving him, and he was just here we go again, can you let Bjorn know? And there was he just had done so much better. He's just done, I think, so much less sort of anxiety, and over the years I think he's gotten much sort of calmer and certainly more mature.
Okay. There, in the past year and in the past several years, we've had some natural disasters, hurricanes in this area.
Yes.
What, if anything, do you hear from Shelby when the hurricanes are coming and afterwards?
He's always concerned. He's always checking in. He'll call a lot to make sure that we're safe, that things are, okay if we lose power. My boyfriend and I happened to be in Hawaii when the Maui wildfires happened. We were actually trapped in our car for about 30 hours while the island was on fire. And Shelby knew that I was there, and there was a great deal of angst and to make sure that we were okay and safe. And so I was able to keep, I think I texted his mom that like, we're okay and we're not in any danger. Yeah, anytime there's something that he is sort of, he's very helpless in the jail by himself in solitary. And he's always making sure that not just I'm okay, like are my friends okay, are my neighbors okay? He knows the woman who owns my yoga studio, who's a dear friend of mine. He asks about them by name all the time.
Okay. Shelby Nealy has pled guilty to some really horrific crimes.
Absolutely.
And for that, he will die in prison one way or the other.
That's right.
From your experience with him, is he capable of loving others?
He absolutely is. And I have both in my head and heart grief for what he's done, and also know that he's more than the worst thing he's ever done.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor. That's all I have. Thank you.
You said the defendant called, was checking on you and people after the hurricane?
Yeah, like during, before.
Yeah, I'm sure if he was able to, he would have come and swung a hammer to help fix stuff up too, right?
I'm not going to answer that.
Okay. It's actually kind of a crusade of yours to stop Florida from executing murderers, right?
That is true.
That is true. In fact, that's you being the executive director of Floridians for Alternatives to the Death Penalty. That's what that organization is aimed at doing, right?
Yes, to replace the death penalty with life without parole.
Right. And you make, what, about $60,000 a year from that now?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. So you get paid to protest or organize protests, different executions, correct?
We don't do protests, no.
Okay. Vigils.
Prayer vigils. It's a prayer service.
Prayer vigils. So
It's actually organized by a church in Daytona Beach. We participate with FADP at the vigil across from the prison, and there's a prayer service during the vigil. But we don't run it, but I attend every one.
Right. And what's that been, 14 or 15 in the past couple of years?
That's right. Past 18 months.
So the vigils, you go out there, you hold signs, pictures of the murderer being executed, things of that nature?
No signs, no. It's a prayer service. It's
Okay.
very solemn. You should come.
You were representing the defendant for a period of time, right?
My office was, and I was one of the members of the team, yes.
Meaning you were one of the attorneys working on his case?
Yes.
Okay. And one of the things that the attorneys do when the defendant's in this situation, you guys, if this defendant is encourage him to do things to present better for a situation like this, correct?
No, I disagree with that.
You disagree with that? And your organization, the Floridians for Alternatives to the Death Penalty, you worked with the defendant to help him get his book published, right?
There's some people in my organization that helped type the book for him and helped him do the publishing on Amazon. Yeah.
Right, helped edit it, helped type it up, helped get all that done.
Yeah, that's
so
right.
that by June 24th of 2025, he could have a book out already before this situation, right?
Oh, I mean, he wanted to have this published like 2 or 3 years ago. It just took a long time, a lot longer than anyone thought. But it wasn't like in anticipation of this. He very much wanted this to be published probably 2 years ago.
Right,
I
because
think he finished it. I think he finished writing it in January of 2023.
right. Well, a lot of work goes into something like that, right? There's a lot of editing, there's a lot of typing, there's a lot of things of that nature that normally people are paid to do or do themselves, right?
Yeah. I mean, if you self-publish, I think most people type it themselves, but he obviously doesn't have access to a computer.
Right. So your organization, Floridians for Alternatives to the Death Penalty, you guys assisted him with all that and did all that for free.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't do it like as part of FADP, but the two women who helped him do that do work for FADP, including other jobs that they have.
And you helped put those women in contact with this defendant?
Yes.
Okay. And you regularly send this defendant books and gifts?
I send him books. Yes. It's a thing I do to the Department of Corrections and jails all over the state.
And gifts like coffee?
Like the jail has these like eye care packages, and sometimes there's stuff that you can't get on commissary. And his mom does a really good job of supporting him too, but stuff's really expensive in the jail. And when I can, on a handful of times, I've sent him care packages.
Okay. And you indicated he's been in solitary just about the entire time he's been in custody.
Yeah, there's been a few times back and forth that he hasn't, but for the most part, yes.
Right. And the public defender's office, your office, actually called the jail to make sure that he would stay in solitary, right?
I didn't. I'm not sure.
But that was something that his defense attorneys organized to make sure that he remained in solitary.
I don't know that.
And continued to do when he was moved to Pasco for a period of time, and continued to do when he was moved back, right?
That sounds right. That wasn't something that I believe that I directly did.
Okay. So it's not something that has been imposed upon him, right?
No, I mean, I think for his safety, everybody wanted him to stay in solitary, including him and his defense team, which I think is still true now.
Well, his concern for his safety, right? And the defense team's concern for his safety.
Sure, but I mean, I know that you haven't been to our jail, but like our jail only has a limited number of those cells, so they're not going to just put somebody in there because they ask for it.
Okay. And there was one point you said you know the terrible thing he's done. You recall saying that?
Yeah.
And what you mean is the terrible many things that he's done, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's convicted of 4 counts of murder, yes.
Right. Over the period of a year?
Yes.
Okay. And you say he's been writing letters for his kids, Bella and Oliver?
Yes.
Now, their mother, Jamie, isn't going to be able to write them any letters, right?
Nope.
He never gave her that option.
I mean, he's pled guilty of her crime, yes.
Their grandparents, Richard and Laura, they're never going to be able to write them any letters, Christmas cards, anything like that, right?
Nope.
Okay. And you're familiar with Donald DeFore?
Yes.
Right. Donald DeFore was convicted of brutally murdering 2 people back in the 80s, sentenced to death.
That sounds right.
And you have his name tattooed on the back of your neck?
No.
Or back?
No.
No?
Nope. That's very hilarious, but no.
All right.
If you'd like to see, I can show it to you, but there's no tattoo of Donald DeFore on the back of my neck. You're getting bad information, Mr. Serbia.
The defendant's book,
Yeah.
Finished, The Chaos Begins.
Yes.
Okay. Finished, The Chaos Begins. You indicated the defendant had wanted to publish this book for a long time.
Yeah, and he started writing. Like, if I remember correctly, it was. I just remember reading it on the plane to hike Mount Kilimanjaro. So that was January of 23. So that's when it was like that was the end of when I finished reading it. So it was written then.
So you, being the defense attorney on the case, I'm sure you had access to all the materials, police reports, things of that nature, jail calls?
At the time, yeah, but not anymore.
Okay, so then you would have been aware that back on March 30th of 2019, the defendant had a jail call with his mother where he was talking about publishing a book and making money. Remember that?
I don't remember that. No,
And
I wouldn't have had access to his jail calls.
Right, but it was documented in the police report, so I'm sure you would have reviewed the police report, right?
Yeah, again, I wasn't lead counsel on the case. My role, I wasn't actually even, I was doing Baker Acts then, so I was not like doing the work that I'm doing now at the public defender's office while Mr. Nealy's case was pending. I definitely was a member of the team, but I don't want to say that I read that in a police report because I don't remember. I'm not disputing that it's in one, but I don't remember that.
And so then you're not aware that he was planning to publish a book, hoping to use the publicity for these murders in order to sell the book?
I would be shocked if he said those words.
You'd be shocked if he said, well, considering I'm all over the news all the time, it wouldn't be hard. Hey, it's a book by that dude. Oh, I have to get it just because I'm curious. That's the hope and the dream. You'd be surprised if he said that?
No, I mean, I don't think that's like using the publicity of the murders. I mean, he's always expressed with his book is that he wants to be remembered for more than something than the worst thing he's ever done. And so that's been his goal. And to have a legacy for his children that is beyond what he's convicted of.
So you
Even
don't
if he's executed.
you don't think that that statement indicates hoping to use publicity for the fact that he is in the news as a murderer?
No, to me, it sounds more like he's already in the news, he wants to write a book. So I would disagree with that characterization.
And you're aware he's gone by different names over the course of his life. Most of his life, he was Shelby Svensson, right?
Which is his mom's name, yeah.
Correct. But he published a book under the name Shelby Nealy,
Which is his father's name who
right?
committed suicide. So
You agree?
I
And
do.
that's the name that he has gotten all the publicity in terms of murdering these people under, right?
I thought he actually came in the jail as Svensson, but I'm not sure. I don't
Right.
remember.
But all the news articles and everything always refer to him as Shelby Nealy. You'd agree?
I haven't looked at all the news articles, but
Oh, you don't keep up with that stuff?
not usually.
And you're aware that there are times when people who do infamous crimes either do art or literature or things of that nature. You're aware of this phenomenon, right?
I think it's more a function of people being locked in jail for every day for the rest of their life, is they have a desire for a creative outlet. So
Right.
that's very common.
That happens. And a lot of times they will release their things under a pseudonym, right? A fake name, so that it won't be associated with them or their crimes.
I have no idea.
You have no idea? Okay. But the defendant certainly didn't attempt to do any kind of pseudonym or anything when he released his book.
No.
He released it under the most notorious name that he has carried.
I mean, you call it notorious. It's his name, and it's the name of his father who's committed suicide.
Right. And in fact, when he put it on Amazon, in the About the Author section, he specifically mentions, which he wrote this, he currently resides in Florida where he's been incarcerated for the past 6 years at the Pinellas County Jail, patiently awaiting his death penalty trial, right?
Yeah.
He made sure that that was associated with the book that he published on June 24th, 2025 on Amazon.
Yeah, that's in the About the Author section.
Okay. Judge, may I have a moment?
I don't have no questions. Redirect.
I believe you were asked if you are paid to be the director of the Floridians Against the Death Penalty, or alternative for the death penalty?
Yeah, I work part-time here at the Public Defender's Office, and that is my second job, yes.
Okay, and you get paid for it?
I do, because,
Okay.
yeah.
Is that the sole reason why you chose to take that position?
Oh, no, I mean, I've been against the death penalty since I was a little kid, and so it's always been a passion of mine to abolish the death penalty, and when the executive director position came up, and they reached out to see if I wanted to do it, I was like, I thought it would be an interesting way to start to use all the information and knowledge that I have about the death penalty to lead an organization to replace it with life without parole.
Okay. The book that Shelby Nealy published, you were asked questions about the last name Rose, Shelby Rose.
Nealy. Shelby
Right,
Nealy.
right.
Oh.
But I think you were also asked about the two other last names.
Oh, I think he just asked me about Svensson. but-
Okay. Well, Svensson is one of them, and how does he relate to the Svensson name?
Svensson is his mother's name.
Okay, and so it's his mother and it's his father's,
His
stepfather's
stepfather.
Last name.
That's right.
Okay. And what's his biological father's last name?
Nealy.
Okay. And where does Rose come from?
I'm actually not sure.
That's fine. That's fine. Okay. As it relates to the self-published book, there may be some proceeds.
Yeah, I think he's sold 9 copies or something.
Okay. There's also significant likelihood that there may not be any proceeds of any significance.
I think that's right.
Right. Probably the more likely scenario.
I would agree with that.
Okay. But if for some reason there were proceeds from the book, and it has nothing to do with this case, correct?
That's right.
Okay.
The facts of the book have nothing to do with the facts of this case.
All right. And you never told him that, hey, write this book and it's going to make you look good in front of a jury.
Never.
I mean, you represented a lot of people facing a potential death sentence.
Yes.
Have you ever told any of them to write a book?
No.
Okay. And most of them don't write a book, right?
No, typically I say, how can we spend your time, which very likely, in a death penalty case, it's the rest of his life, right? He's either going to be executed or leave prison in a pine box. So I try to say, what kind of things might you be able to do so you can be a productive human, to remind people that even if they're locked away forever, they can be productive. So sometimes that's painting, sometimes that's reading. That's why I send books. I send books to clients all over the state in prisons after, because I think it's important for them to have purpose and not get themselves into trouble.
Okay. Is it your understanding that if there were any proceeds from the book, and do you have any understanding as to where he wants those proceeds to go?
He wants them all to go to his children. It's the only thing he's ever said.
Okay. You indicated that one of the reasons that you took the position it's Floridians
For alternatives to the death penalty.
or alternatives to the death penalty was not just the money as indicated by Mr. Sarabia, but the fact that you've always been opposed to the death penalty, or at least since you were a young
That's right.
child. What are some of the reasons why you're opposed to the death penalty?
Actually, Judge.
You indicated, I believe, that the reason that Shelby Nealy, one of the reasons that he wrote the book is that he wanted to be remembered as, I believe you said, for something more than the worst thing that he's ever done.
That's right.
And the worst thing that he's ever done is the reason we're here.
Killed 4 people.
Killed 4 people. Yes. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Grace Hannah.
Took a nice snack break. Maybe you're not that hungry, but we're going to have lunch because we have no other choice, right? So if you can be back at 12:45, okay? 12:45. So that's about an hour and 6 minutes, all right? We'll see you then.
Did you look at state down in the sheriff's store?
Jury side hearing report.
All right. Anything else we need to talk about? What other witnesses are we going to have this afternoon?
So at 12:45, when we start, there'll be 2 on Zoom.
Okay, so we're going to do the 2 on Zoom first?
Yes, and
Okay.
then this witness and then 2 more witnesses after that.
Campbell and
Right, is that-
2 experts after that. And then tomorrow morning, 1 expert and mom and dad.
Okay.
And that's it.
All right. So we'll see you in an hour and 5 minutes.
All rise. Circuit court will be recessed until the call of the court.
right, so on there is Phil Adams, Anne Marie Zimmerman, and James B. Campbell.
Dr. Campbell is probably not needed until.
Campbell's in too.
Oh, we did? Huh?
Campbell's in too.
Yes, 'cause he's not.
Right. All right, everyone's here, including the defendant. The defendant's been here the whole time. We've had any discussions. Are we ready for the jury?
We're waiting for Mr. Bruno.
Oh, okay. So not everyone is here. Is he speaking to that one witness? Can we get him?
I know he went down to get coffee, and then, but he would have been back by now. That's from this morning. I can go look outside.
Okay. Do you want to take a couple of minutes and throw that one out? Bjorn, do you want to throw the old cup out?
Yes.
All right, why don't you go ahead and do that so you don't knock it over and spill it and everything.
Right there.
Okay, it's thrown out. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, are we ready for the jury now?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and who's going to be your first witness?
Phil Adams.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to have the Zoom people first.
Well,
Soon.
he is,
Oh, well, I don't see him.
you just said that he was on there. I didn't see it. Yeah, he's on.
Top right.
Oh, Phil Adams is who you want?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right, I misunderstood you. Okay. All right, let's bring the jury in. All right, Phil Adams, can you hear me? All right, sir, can you hear me? Sir, can you hear me? Okay, yeah, go ahead and unmute yourself, okay?
Is that better?
Very good. All right.
Your Honor, jurors in the jury box are seated.
Very good. Welcome back, members of the jury. Defense, please call your next witness.
Phil Adams.
Sir, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I did.
Very good. You may proceed.
Thank you. All right, would you please state your name for us, sir?
Philip Adams.
Okay, and are you employed?
I am retired.
Okay, and where are you retired from?
City of Broadview Heights, Ohio.
Okay, and did you work for the police department in Broadview Heights?
Yes, I did.
And how long did you work there?
33 years.
And what rank did you retire as? What rank were you?
I was a patrolman.
All right. And what about back in in October of 2016?
I was a patrolman. I was the officer in charge that day.
All right, I'm going to turn your attention to that particular day. Did you respond to 2761 West Wallings Road?
I did.
And what did you observe when you got there?
The call was for a male seeking to be transported to the hospital. He's claiming he was having a psychiatric episode. So I responded there with our rescue squad to assist in getting him to the hospital.
All right, and do you know who that male was?
According to my report, it was Shelby John Svensson.
All right, and did you also encounter a female when you got there?
I did.
And her name?
Jamie Nicole Ivancic.
All right, and what did you observe about her when you arrived?
When we got there, she was sitting down in the basement. She was crying. At that time, I heard Shelby stated that he needed help and he needed to go to the hospital. So he voluntarily went with our squad and transported him to the Parma Hospital for a psychiatric evaluation. And then after he left with the squad, Jamie was hysterical. She started crying.
And what did she tell you?
She stated to me that she didn't want Shelby to go to the hospital because she didn't want him to get in trouble. So when I asked what she meant by that, she stated that she was 16 weeks pregnant with her second child, and prior to our arrival, her and Shelby had an argument. During that time, she stated to us that Shelby choked her, threw her against the wall, and bit her on her left shoulder.
All right,
she went on to state that she believed.
Let me just stop you there for a minute, if I could. Let me stop you there for a minute.
Sure.
What injuries did you see to her?
Visibly, I saw on her left shoulder, she had what looked like a bite mark.
All right, and you were provided a copy of your report and the photos in this
Yes.
case, right? All right,
Yes.
and there's a photo with a female wearing like a black and pink shirt. Was that Jamie Ivancic?
Yes.
Judge, I would move what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 18 into evidence.
No objection. Submitted.
All right, may I publish?
You may.
Now, you said a squad car took Mr. Svensson to the hospital for psychiatric evaluation, right?
Our paramedics, we call it our squad, it's our ambulance. So the ambulance took him.
Okay, so at the time that Jamie is giving you all of this information, Mr. Nealy is not there. He's not hearing what she's saying, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And as a result of what she told you, did you charge Shelby with domestic violence?
We did.
Okay. Was Jamie also charged with domestic violence?
She was.
And did she also tell you while you were speaking with her, Jamie, that Shelby was homeless?
Yes, she told us that.
Had you had prior contact with these two individuals?
We have, we were there on a few other occasions. I believe she lived with her grandmother. That's the address that they were both living at. Usually it was over the same thing, arguments, fighting. I can't recall specifically the other occasions, but it was always, these two were always getting involved with arguments and stuff like that.
All right, I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Any cross-examination?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Charges weren't referred in on Jamie until after the defendant had been to the hospital, and then a patrol officer made contact with him out at the hospital, and he made allegations, correct?
Correct.
And ultimately, the defendant was convicted for the domestic violence charges against him, but there was, Jamie Ivancic was never convicted out of this incident. Are you aware of that?
That I don't know for sure. I don't.
Okay.
I know they went to court. They had a pending case prior that they, when she was charged, they added both the cases together. But I didn't see what the disposition was on those.
Okay. I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
Any redirect? Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, who's your next witness?
Scott Zimmerman.
Sir, can you hear me? Can you go ahead and unmute yourself?
Okay, can you hear me all right?
I can. All right, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Very good. All right. Counsel, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state your name for everyone? Can you hear me?
Scott Zimmerman.
Okay. All right, and Mr. Zimmerman, how are you currently employed?
Yes, I can hear you. Scott Zimmerman.
How are you
I
currently?
am retired from the Broadview Heights Police Department, but I work for a truck.
All right, how long
I'm
did?
currently employed by McLean as a, I'm sorry,
How long did you work for the Broadview Heights Police Department?
27 years.
And what were your job responsibilities back in 2016?
Routine patrol, respond to incidents at residences, anything that be nature of what a normal police officer does.
All right, and do you recall on October 5th of 2016 working a follow-up in relation to a case with Officer Phil Adams?
Yes.
And were your responsibilities in that case to report to the hospital where Shelby Nealy was?
Yes.
All right, and you took photographs of Mr. Nealy at that time?
Yes, I did.
Could you please relay to us what it was that Mr. Nealy told you?
When I arrived at the hospital, I said, who I was. I said, Broadview Heights Police, and I wanted to talk to him about the incident that occurred in our city. And right away, he was like, I don't want to get my wife in trouble. I don't really want to make any statements. But I asked if he would just tell me what happened. His wife get into fights every once in a while, so.
Did he tell you what
And I
happened?
told him I was there to take some photos if he would allow me to. And he agreed.
Okay. Did he give
Sorry.
you? Did he give you any details about what happened earlier that day?
He said they basically had a verbal altercation, and then she started beating him up.
Did he give you any additional details?
He said that she hit him with a pan in the head. She had scratched him and bit him on the arm.
All right. And you said you took photographs of him in the hospital. He had on a hospital gown. Is that right?
Correct.
Judge, I would move defense exhibits 19 through 24 into evidence as defense 19 through 24.
Any objection?
May I publish?
You may. You may continue.
I have no other questions, Judge.
All right. State, any cross?
Officer Zimmerman, you were following up at Parma Hospital at about 8:20 p.m. on October 5th, 2016, based on an incident that Officer Adams had been out on earlier.
Yes.
And that's because the defendant, Shelby Svensson, had been taken to the hospital before allegations had come out that would have necessitated law enforcement speaking to him.
Yeah, at the time, there was like no charges against Shelby. I went there as in response to him being a victim.
Okay.
So that's why I went there to take photos and just ask a few questions.
Okay. But it was based on that same incident that Officer Adams had been out at earlier when the defendant was transported to the hospital?
Correct.
Okay. I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
Any redirections, ammunition?
No, sir.
No? Okay.
Well,
All right, thank you, sir. All right, defense, please call your next witness.
Grace Hannah.
Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
Please tell the jury your full name.
My full name is Grace Ellen Hannah, Hanna.
And where do you currently reside?
I live in Tallahassee.
And what do you do?
I have two jobs. I am a social worker for a private company, and then I also work in a consulting role for Floridians for Alternatives to the Death Penalty.
Say the second one again.
I do some consulting organizing work for Floridians for Alternatives to the Death Penalty.
Okay, and that's the same company the Maria de Liberato is in charge of?
Yeah, the same nonprofit.
Okay. And any particular reason why you became involved in working for that organization?
Yeah, I mean, not specifically that organization, well, except that I live in Florida, but I became interested in ending the death penalty and death penalty work in general pretty early on. When I was in elementary school, a cousin was murdered, and
so are you paid to work for that organization?
I am now. When I first met Mr. Nealy, I was not, but in recent months, I have taken on a role at that organization.
Back in 2024, did you decide to have what you refer to as a yes year?
I did. I decided I was going to say yes to everything I got asked to do in 2024.
Okay.
Within reason.
Within reason?
Yeah.
Okay. And was one of the things that you were asked to do to assist in typing up a manuscript?
Yeah, I was asked if I would be interested in helping an inmate type up a manuscript of a novel that he had written.
Okay. And that inmate, who was that?
That was Shelby Nealy.
And so did you agree to help type up this manuscript?
I did.
Was this a volunteer project?
It was.
And how long did it take you to type up the manuscript?
Yeah, I did it kind of on the side of other things that I had going on. So it took, I mean, almost a year, but I only worked on it like an hour or two a week.
Okay, all right. And so it was all handwritten?
It was handwritten, yeah.
Describe what you received initially.
I received an envelope of, it was like 800 pages of like normal lined college roll paper. Yeah, with the whole novel written out on it.
Okay. And as you were typing up this manuscript, I assume that you were able to get an idea of what it was about?
I was, yeah.
And describe what kind of a book is it?
It is a sci-fi book kind of about two groups of people, not quite good and evil, but just two, kind of in like the realm of Star Wars or Star Trek, like the two competing groups trying to save the universe.
Okay, all right. During the time that you were typing up this manuscript, would you communicate with Shelby Nealy on a regular basis?
Yeah, we did video visits, usually once a week, sometimes a little less, and we just did video because that was free through the jail.
Okay. And so about once a week you would have a visit with him?
Yeah, sometimes I'd be traveling for work and wouldn't visit with him, but yeah, often once a week on average.
Did you develop a friendship with him over that time period?
Yeah, I would say we became friends.
Okay. How old are you?
I'm 28.
And how old is Shelby?
I believe Shelby is 31 or 32.
Okay, all right. And tell us a little bit about the friendship that you developed over that time period.
Yeah, so for, a long time it was really just like conversational because I was typing the book kind of separately. So I would give him an update on kind of where I was in the book and how things were going. And then we would just visit and talk. We talked a lot about things he was reading and things that I was reading. Sometimes we would talk about current events and things like that. But it was really just like very casual conversational topics.
Okay. Did he talk to you at all about his housing arrangement at the jail?
He did.
Okay.
He did.
And what was your understanding of his housing arrangement?
My understanding was that he was in protective custody so kind of by himself for the most part.
All right. Did you ever talk to him about the idea of going into general population?
We talked about it a little bit.
Okay.
Off and on. He didn't seem super thrilled by the idea of it at times.
Okay. Did he seem concerned about going into general population?
Yeah, I would say that's fair.
Okay. All right. You say you, at this point, based on your interaction that you've had with him, you consider him a friend?
Yeah.
Okay. He contributes to your life?
Yeah, he's thoughtful. He cares about what's going on in my life, and he remembers my friends by name and asks about them. He's certainly not like my best friend, but I think talking to someone for an hour a week for over a year, you get to know each other and you care about each other.
Okay. And does it appear to you that he cares about you as a friend?
I think so. As a friend, yeah.
Okay. Nothing beyond that?
I absolutely promise you not, no.
Okay, all right. Will you, regardless of whether or not he ends up on Florida death row, or if he ends up serving time the rest of his life in general population in prison, do you anticipate that you'll continue to communicate with him?
Yeah, I don't see why I wouldn't.
Okay, all right. That's all I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
So you worked or were doing work for Floridians for Alternatives to the Death Penalty, and that's how you met this defendant?
No, I had been involved in anti-death penalty volunteering for a while, and so I knew Maria through that, and that's why I met the defendant. I didn't work for Floridians for Alternatives to the Death Penalty until about 2 months ago.
Okay. So you weren't doing volunteer work with them?
Yeah, and for like the movement more broadly, not just for them.
Okay. But basically you were working as an activist against the death penalty. That's how you met Maria, I assume?
Yes, sir.
And Maria pointed you in the direction of this defendant?
Yeah, she asked if it was something I would be interested in, and yeah, it was always very clear that it was like, if this is something you want to do, and I was saying yes to everything in 2024, so.
Sure. Sounds like you did a lot of work on this book.
Yeah, I did. I mean, it was interesting. It was a good thing to do while I was, watching TV or anything, like listening to music.
Sure. And it's pretty thick book. I think on Amazon it's like 700 something pages.
Yeah, it's like a saga for sure.
So, and you didn't charge the defendant for any of that work, right?
No.
That was all out of the kindness of your heart. Okay.
Yes.
And that book, he did in fact get published on, or self-published on Amazon June 24th of 2025, so just a couple weeks ago.
I don't know the date, but yes, it is available on Amazon.
Okay. And I suppose that you're aware that's the book the defendant's been reading while we've been going over all the injuries that he inflicted upon these three people?
I really haven't been following the trial this week, or the sentencing.
Okay. Did you keep up with the Amazon posting that he put up?
I've seen it, but I don't follow it closely.
All right, and he specifically made sure to mention that in the About the Author section that he's currently in Florida, Pinellas County Jail, patiently awaiting his death penalty trial. You recall that?
I haven't read that, but yeah, that's possible.
Okay.
Honestly, when I had finished typing the book, I was ready to never look at the book again. So I haven't spent a ton of time with it since it's been published.
Again, because it's a lot of work. Yeah. And you got connected with this defendant doing all that volunteer work because he killed 4 people.
I got connected with this defendant doing all that volunteer work because I believe that every person deserves human connection and care, and like that we're all worth more than the worst thing that we ever did.
Okay. If I can have a moment, Judge?
You may. Thank you. Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. I just want to make sure, maybe I misheard it, but did Mr. Sarabia just ask you if you did this volunteer project because Shelby Nealy killed 4 people? Is that what he asked you?
That's how I understood the question, yes.
Okay. Clearly, you don't approve or condone what Shelby Nealy did, right?
No, I really would have rather Shelby not do that. Actually.
Right. You agree that's a horrible thing.
It's horrible. It's
Okay.
Yeah.
What is the real reason why you are volunteering doing this kind of work?
I'm volunteering doing this kind of work because I mean, you know, I'm a social worker by training. I care about people, and I care about the death penalty, particularly because of personal experience. And I think that if you have the ability to do some good in the world, particularly to people who are not, you know, not being reached by the general public, I think that's really worth doing.
What is the personal experience that you've experienced that has brought you to doing this kind of work?
All right, well, you did open the door, but I think she answered the question, so I'll sustain the objection.
Can we approach?
Okay.
It is.
Okay. Is that the kind of books that you prefer to read?
No, I read mostly nonfiction, like almost exclusively. So
There might be an audience for the book,
sure,
but it's just not you.
it's just not me.
Okay. Will you continue to have contact with Shelby Nealy?
Yeah, I don't. I don't see any reason why I wouldn't. I anticipate continuing to.
Okay. Thank you. I'm no other person.
Thank you. Ma'am, you may step down.
Yeah.
Defense, please call your next witness. All right. Is Dr. Campbell your next one?
Yes.
On Zoom? All right, you gotta get back on Zoom now. Mr. Campbell, can you hear me? Mr. Campbell? Or do you want to email him or whatever? Text him. All right, here he is.
Can you hear me?
Yes. I can just barely hear you, and it says that your audio's off, so I don't know why I can hear you at all, but can you unmute yourself? All right, can you hear me? Sir, can you hear me? All right, I don't know what happened there. I mean, it appears as if his audio is off. Can you hear me?
He says he can't hear anything.
All right. All right, so my audio's on, his is still off. Okay, he still has the microphone with it. There we go.
Mine is now off. I can hear you, sir.
All
I'm
right,
sorry.
beautiful. All right. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right. You may inquire.
Good afternoon, Dr. Campbell.
Good afternoon.
Can you please tell the jury your full name?
Yeah, my name is James Burton Campbell. And that's Campbell, just like the soup.
And Dr. Campbell, could you tell the jury a little bit about your educational background?
Sure. I have a bachelor's degree from Colgate University, which is in Hamilton, New York. I did some post-baccalaureate work in the area of psychology at Wayne State University in Detroit, Michigan. I have a master's degree in clinical psychology from Nova Southeastern University in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. And I have a doctorate in clinical psychology also from Nova Southeastern University in Fort Lauderdale.
And Dr. Campbell, what is your practice? What do you do on a day-to-day basis?
Well, I basically have two businesses, two practices. The first and the longest standing is my private practice, where I treat adult survivors of child abuse, people who suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder, things of that nature. That is kind of the typical private practice psychology business that one might imagine. I do that approximately 20 hours a week. The rest of the week I work as a forensic psychologist, doing evaluations, writing reports, and offering testimony in situations like this. Again, specifically on the topic of trauma, abuse, child abuse, adult survivors of child abuse, post-traumatic stress disorder, things of that nature.
And how long have you, first of all, how long have you been in private practice offering counseling for victims of PTSD?
Well, I've been working in the area of trauma since 2009, but a lot of that time was graduate work, postdoctoral residencies, things that are required by the state. I was licensed in January of 2014. That was when my practice officially began. And I started doing forensic work the summer of 2015.
Okay, so about 10 years ago is when you started the forensic work.
Yes. 10 years, pretty much right now, I believe.
All right. And how did you come about doing the forensic work?
Well, I was working with a gentleman named Dr. Stephen Gold, who is a clinical psychologist. He's fairly well known, especially in Florida, for his work with adult survivors of child abuse, people who suffer from complex trauma, things like that. He was a mentor to me, a boss to me, a supervisor for me while in graduate school. He offered the opportunity to join his practice, or to at least lease room from him and to work with him after I got out of grad school. And so I took the opportunity. and he began getting involved in the forensic world. And so he encouraged me to do the same. He was looking for somewhere to refer cases that he couldn't take, or if he was busy, things like that. And I was hesitant at first because I didn't really know a lot about the legal system, but I did eventually agree to do that, and I've been doing it ever since.
And during the 10 years that you've been working in the forensic field, have you been recognized as an expert witness in courts throughout the state of Florida?
Yes, I have.
Does that include state and federal courts?
No, I've been involved in a couple of federal cases, but none of them have actually gone to trial yet.
Okay.
So I have not testified in a federal court. I have been involved with some federal cases, but to this point, all of my testimony has been in state-level courts.
Okay. How did you become involved in this case?
I was contacted in 2019 by a lawyer by the name of Allison Miller, who at the time was working for the Public Defender's Office.
All right. And when you were contacted with her, what do you do after being contacted with her by her?
Well, she essentially said that she had a case that she believed involved some potential trauma, and that she wanted me to do an evaluation specific to trauma and post-traumatic stress disorder, and that she was hoping to hire me. And so we went through the contract negotiations, or the JAC appointment, things of that nature, at which point I went about scheduling a visit to see the defendant.
Okay. Prior to visiting with Shelby Nealy, did you review anything?
No, I did not.
All right. And how much time did you spend with Shelby Nealy the first time that you met with him?
The first time was on the 24th of April, 2019. I was there for 3 hours.
All right. And when you met with him for about 3 hours, was that here at the jail?
Yeah, they're in Pinellas County, yes.
Do you know if he was in protective custody at that time?
I honestly do not know.
Okay.
I know that we met in one of the rooms down there on the first floor. They brought him down to me. I don't know the status of his care at that time.
All right. What kind of information did you obtain during that meeting with Shelby Nealy?
Well, one of the things that's really important in these situations, and one of the areas where I've been relatively successful, is in building rapport with people in these situations, these forensic crimes and situations. People who have been through trauma have a hard time trusting other people. They've been hurt, they feel betrayed, they feel abandoned. So building a relationship and building trust helps to encourage the person to be more forthcoming, to be more truthful. I set up a condition of non-judgment and acceptance. So that was a large part of that first meeting. Beyond that, what we did was we started working our way through his life experiences, starting with his childhood, working our way through his life. Where was he born? Where did he go to school? What was school like? What was his mom like? What was his dad like? Just starting to kind of build a history of what he's been through up until that point.
Okay. So at this point, it's a self-reported history by Shelby Nealy to you.
Correct. And I know that in forensic settings, records are available and very helpful, and I do appreciate the use of records to corroborate things. Unfortunately, psychology is a subject that still to this point we rely pretty heavily on self-report. Okay. There's no measure, there's no MRI, there's nothing like that can tell us what thought a person is having in their head. So unfortunately, the only way to get that sort of information is by self-report. It's something that I have to rely on fairly heavily in my clinical work in my office from the treatment angle, and so that's not really unusual.
Okay. Is it in fact common that people that talk to you about past trauma are not eager to talk about past trauma?
Absolutely. They're often very hesitant. Even people that I've been working with as a psychologist in a treatment setting for 6, 8, 10 years, oftentimes will say, there's something I never told you. I want to tell you, but I'm scared, and we'll have to kind of work through it to get to the point where they're comfortable saying it. Most people who've been traumatized see the expression of emotion or the giving of personal details to another person as a thing that exposes them or makes them vulnerable to being attacked back. You're basically giving that person ammunition against you, telling them that you're insecure, telling them that you're depressed, telling them, whatever actual facts about your life. So they're very hesitant to spill that over and to tell other people.
Okay. So as it relates to this initial meeting, you're building up trust. Tell the jury a little bit about what kind of information did Shelby Nealy give you during this initial meeting that assists you in evaluating his case and the circumstances surrounding his life?
Well, like I said, in this first one, we started from the beginning, from birth. So we talked about his mother and his father. We talked about them living in Texas, and that his mother had to flee that relationship because of domestic violence. He spoke about not really having a relationship with his father, not having contact with his father, that he did have a stepfather named Paul who was in his life from about the age of 3 on. He spoke about living in Ohio with his mother and his relationship with his mother, some of the positives of that relationship, some of the negatives or limitations of that relationship. We spoke about his curiosity about his father and the letter that he wrote to his father when he was 14, that he went to visit his father when he was 15, and that his father then subsequently committed suicide about 2 years later when he was 17, on the day after Mr. Nealy's birthday, actually. We spoke about the impact of that and how that event changed the course of his life, and the years that followed, which were very tumultuous.
During this initial meeting, does he mention anything about being sexually abused?
No, he did not.
If someone has been sexually abused, is it uncommon for them to not immediately disclose that?
No, in fact, it's very common for people to keep that to themselves and again, protect it for all the reasons I outlined earlier. But, when it comes to sexual encounters, they're that much more intimate, that much more personal. And in a lot of ways, especially for men, they can be viewed as embarrassing. And it's something that, particularly men don't willingly admit, without some sort of kind of coaxing or encouragement to be honest and open.
Okay. Does he describe a sexual relationship with the stepmother in any way, shape, or form during this initial meeting?
No.
Okay. You indicated that he talks about his mother the mother and Shelby Nealy leaving Texas for Ohio because of domestic violence that was taking place in the home.
He did,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay. He was very young when he left Texas, right?
Yes, maybe a year old or just under a year. I believe he said he had been told that they left when he was 11 months old.
Okay. And so the likelihood is that when he tells you about what happened in Texas before they flee to Ohio, that's not something he remembers himself, but something that's been told to him by others.
Absolutely, and he did preface it by saying that. This is what my mother has told me.
Okay, all right. Trauma to the mother when she's pregnant and when she has a newborn and when that trauma is witnessed by the newborn, is that something that may impact the child? Is it trauma even though they don't remember the specifics?
Overall.
I'm sorry?
You can answer.
Okay, thank you, sorry. As far as the physiological part of a pregnant woman being abused, I can't really comment on that. That's out of my area of expertise.
Right.
I certainly know that there is research out there pointing to the mother's state of mind, the mother's feeling of safety and security and ability to relax and not feel anxious and things like that in terms of healthy pregnancy outcomes and prenatal development. So that is certainly a factor, especially if that abuse was going on while she was pregnant. Once the child is born, the concern that I have is for what we call attachment. The first year or year and a half of your life are very important in terms of your ability to attach to your primary caregiver. Now, in an ideal situation, that's your mother. Obviously, there are other situations where babies are adopted or things like that. But in this case, we're talking about the specific relationship between his mother, Lisa, and Mr. Nealy. And the development of a healthy attachment during that time is the foundation for self-esteem, self-confidence, your own identity, your own beliefs about yourself, not to mention your ability to connect with other people and your ability to trust other people. A secure primary attachment during that time is very important. And my concern is, and this is something that I did speak with Lisa about, his mother, on the phone, is that while she was giving as much time as she possibly could to Mr. Nealy when he was an infant, she was also dealing with this situation with her husband. She was, in danger of physical and verbal abuse, and then obviously the move is quite unstabilizing, kind of, chaotic, trying to get away, all of that stuff. So my concern is that it affected the relationship between them and may have had long-term, impact on Mr. Nealy or his mother moving forward.
So the trauma that you find out about during this initial interview, do you rate it at that point as far as the most significant, or do you do that at a later time?
I kind of do that at a later time when I've got the whole picture in front of me.
Right.
The other thing that's really important, and this is probably a good place to slip it in, is when it comes to trauma, psychology in general, but trauma specifically, it really has a lot to do with the individual and their perspective. So, what you might seem like a very traumatic experience to you or I might not be seen traumatically or with such intensity by the individual who's living it. Likewise, a situation that may seem like not as much of a big deal to some, to a third party, may be very, very traumatic to an individual who's actually going through it. So oftentimes we do have to rely on some level of self-report in terms of which traumas were most impactful, which ones were, the ones that really changed his view of his world, the view of himself, and affected his behavior and his ability to control his emotions. Because that's really what we're talking about here, is those traumas affecting his ability to function after the fact.
Okay. What is the next thing you do after you finish this initial meeting with Shelby Nealy?
Well, we went through a lot of information. We got through a lot of information, but I wanted to meet with him again. So I scheduled another interview soon following. It was on May 15th, 2019. And I returned to Clearwater to meet with him at that time.
Okay, and that was in the Pinellas County Jail again?
Exactly, yes. Every time I've met with him, it's been in the Pinellas County Jail.
Okay, same location?
Yes, I believe it was exactly the same room.
Okay. And tell the jury about that meeting.
So we started off, I started off asking some questions to fill in some gaps, specifically about his short relationship with his father, his emotions surrounding it, things of that nature. We then went into kind of continuing his social history, talking about his experiences, his experience with his experience and the turmoil that he went through after his father's suicide, which involved getting, the use of drugs, the use of alcohol, getting his girlfriend pregnant, dropping out of school, getting a job, being arrested a couple of times, having difficulties in that marriage, which led to some domestic violence charges, and then the dissolution of that marriage, which separated him from his daughter as well, and then there was a series of small-time jobs, homelessness, difficulty with his mother, basically just him trying to get on his feet until the time when he met his second wife, Jamie, and his feelings surrounding that, and moving forward into that part of his life.
Okay. What was your understanding of his relationship with his biological father?
Well, there was no relationship until the age of 14, at which point he was curious. He talked to me about the fact that his mother and Paul, he knows that they always loved him, and that they tried to care for them as best they could, but in his words, they just weren't really very good at it. He never felt a super strong connection, and so he reached out to his father, hoping that he was more like his father perhaps, and that he could find a connection to one of his caregivers that he could really latch on to. He talks about going to visit him. He talks about that trip being very good, very healing, very helpful. That he spoke with his dad. His dad tried to bring up the past and apologize. Mr. Nealy said kind of thanks, but no thanks. Let's just move forward. But he reports it being a very positive visit. Again, at that time, we did not discuss his sexual relationship with his mother-in-law. But we did talk about his relationship with his father and how it gave him confidence and it made him feel better. He had been dealing with a lot of depression and a lot of depressive symptoms, feelings of self-harm and things like that as a teenager. So he really thought that maybe meeting his father was kind of a turning point, that maybe things would get better.
And I think you just said with his mother-in-law, you mean his stepmother, the sexual relationship?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, stepmother, yes.
Okay. But he doesn't bring it up during this second meeting?
No, he did not bring it up until I saw him in 2025.
Okay. All right. And again, is that unusual for him not to bring it up? Assuming it happened, is it unusual?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Assuming that it happened, is it unusual for someone not to disclose that type of behavior?
No, it's not unusual for someone to, hold something like that back in a clinical setting or with a psychologist or something like that. It is also not uncommon in these kinds of proceedings because oftentimes these defendants are getting input from their lawyers in terms of what they should talk about or shouldn't talk about or things like that. So there's a lot of factors.
Okay, all right. If it was Shelby Nealy's intent shortly after being arrested on these charges to fabricate being a victim of sexual abuse, would you expect that he would tell you about it and be eager to tell you about it right away?
Yeah, I would expect that if that was something that he, fabricated or made up for the purposes of trial, that he would have done it sooner, and also that he would have not had any hesitancy or issues admitting it, because it wouldn't carry the same emotional weight as if it actually occurred.
Okay. What's the next thing that you do? So you have these two meetings with Shelby Nealy back in 2019, right?
Correct.
What's the next thing that you do?
Well, at that point, I requested as many records, as relevant records, as the defense team had. But at some point there in late 2019, I basically lost contact with the defense team. I did not actually kind of know what the status of the trial was or the case, and I was the lawyer that had been on it was no longer on it, and I didn't honestly know what was going on. So there were several years there where I just kind of put my file away and preserved my records, but I didn't know what the status of the case was.
Okay. So, and up until you were contacted by the current defense team, did you even know that there had been a change in as far as the team is concerned that represents Shelby Nealy?
Well, I knew that because I spoke to the lawyer who hired me, and she said she wasn't on the case anymore. But
Okay.
I had not heard from any other legal teams or anybody in the interim until I heard from your team.
Okay, all right. So when you're contacted again in 2025, what do you do?
Well, I immediately want to schedule an appointment to meet with him, to reintroduce myself, to potentially, try and rebuild rapport. Obviously, being, absent for over 5 years does a lot to kind of, what's the right word, erode a relationship. So I wanted to get there, and I wanted to meet him again and talk to him and kind of reestablish connection.
When do you meet with him?
I met with him on the 28th of January, 2025.
Okay. And when you met with him on that particular date, who was present?
The mitigation specialist, Ms. Boland, was present with me on that occasion.
Okay. Tell the jury about that meeting and what kind of information you obtained from Mr. Nealy during that meeting.
Well, we spoke about a great number of things. We spoke about the time from January of 2018 to December of 2018, the time in between his wife's death and the commission of this crime, the intensity of the emotions that he felt during that time. We spoke in a little bit more detail about his wife Jamie's mental health issues, some of the struggles that he and his wife went through trying to trying to make that marriage work, and that things of that nature. We also spoke about the beginning of that relationship with Jamie and how he had just been coming off this time where his father had passed. He was he was acting out. He was doing drugs. He was drinking. He was, getting in trouble with the law, this reckless behavior, which is very common of people who go through traumas. They tend to kind of act out in that way to feel alive, essentially, to get that adrenaline rush and to move beyond the constant, anxiety barrage that they feel from their traumatic experiences. And he talked about how when Jamie and him first started dating, he was just so happy to be accepted and to feel loved again and to be wanted. And that when she started exhibiting mental health issues, specifically complications from bipolar disorder and schizophrenia or some sort of psychotic disorder, that he looked past it again because he was just so happy to not be homeless, to have a girlfriend, to have a place where he was in a relationship, to be having intimacy with another person, all of those things that he hadn't had for several years while being homeless and kind of struggling. That he looked past some of that, but that when she got pregnant and had to go off of her medication, that things got very bad very fast.
Did he talk to you about the domestic violence, particularly in his relationship with Jamie?
He did speak about violence, about her mood swings and her lack of medication management. He's spoken also about the issue involving her pregnancies. Their two children were essentially born, I think 11 months apart or something like that, a year apart. And that during that time, because of the changing in hormones and things like that, it was Mr. Nealy's theory that those hormones and things like that were exacerbating her psychotic symptoms, making them, kind of less well-regulated, making her more moody, more kind of outwardly expressive, and leading to more violence and more verbal abuse as well.
And when you say leading to more violence, violence against Shelby Nealy?
Yes, that's what he said. He did admit that he had to at times, grab her arms, hold her back, even potentially maybe, make contact with a part of her body in a physical way as he was defending himself. But the description of the situations that he gave to me was that she was paranoid, she was very focused not only on him and whether he was cheating on her, which he said he was not, but also she was very jealous of his first marriage, of his first child. He said that she would get angry and beat him for just bringing up his first marriage or his first child, to the point that he eventually had to denounce them and say that that Mackenzie, his daughter from his marriage with Caitlin, was not his, to avoid the beatings.
Okay. During this meeting in January of 2025, did he bring up the sexual abuse?
No, he did not. I did not specifically ask about it, but he did not bring it up.
Okay. Do you meet with him again?
I did. Well, I met with him over Zoom, yes, one last time.
Okay. And when was that?
That was June 26th of 2025.
Okay. And tell the jury about that meeting.
Well, obviously it was limited a little bit, like this is limited by the technological kind of component. But Mr. Nealy and I worked very hard and very quickly. We were time limited. It was only 30 minutes allotted. And so we worked very quickly trying to make sure that we filled in any blanks. Mr. Nealy started off right off the bat by saying that he had not realized that we had not talked about the sexual relationship with his stepmother, that was something that he was not telling anyone, and that somewhere along in like the time period of 2021, he and a person that he was doing some form of therapy with agreed that it was good to talk about that and to get it out and to admit it and get it into the open. So we did speak about that. We spoke about the fact that for him, that relationship was not overly traumatic at the time. What he did say is that he was not emotionally ready for that relationship. That she was much older than him, that he had not had sexual partners or been in a sexual relationship like that, but that he believes that he fell in love with her while he was there, and that when he returned home, it was very difficult for him to get over that. He felt as though they connected. He was kind of very attached to her, and that, but he wasn't able to call her, he wasn't able to talk to her because of the fact that she was married to his father. Where this really becomes relevant from my perspective is that when his father does commit suicide just after his 17th birthday, Mr. Nealy immediately started to believe, or at least started to worry, that his sexual relationship with his stepmother was a contributing factor to his father's suicide. He was concerned that he, in some ways, that if his father had found out that may have led to the suicide or caused the suicide in some way. And so that was very traumatic for him in that sense. He reported to me that as soon as he found out about his father's suicide, he was so distraught that he threw up repeatedly for about, I don't know, he didn't say how many hours, but he said for the rest of the night. And I get the impression that it was a very difficult time, a very difficult realization, and an unknown. Something he'll never have an answer to. He'll never know whether that was a factor or not. Something that he reported to me still bounces around in his head, and he still questions from time to time.
Whether or not
that infidelity had something to do with his father's suicide or not. Whether he had an impact on his father's decision to take his own life.
So the sexual relationship that's reported to you between Shelby Nealy and his stepmother, it appears that it was consensual in a sense. Is that accurate?
That's accurate, I think, to some level. You guys are the lawyers, so I'll leave it to you whether a 15-year-old can consent to an adult, sexual relationship. But certainly, I don't think that she forced herself on him. I think that he was a willing participant. Just again, not emotionally prepared for that kind of a relationship.
Okay. Well, doing the work you do, and both counseling and forensically, I'm assuming you know that it's considered sexual abuse when there is the age discrepancy and when one participant is a minor, right?
Absolutely. Yes,
Okay.
no, I'm aware of that.
Yeah, and maybe part of the reason for that is the emotional, not being mature enough to understand everything that surrounds the strong feelings involved in those type of activities.
Oh.
Would you agree?
I do agree. I do think that the emotional maturity and the intellectual maturity of a minor under 18 is the primary reason for that law. And of course, as we all know now, the brain doesn't fully develop until the age of 25, not 18. So that person is even less emotionally, and mentally prepared to handle that situation than we originally thought they were when they wrote that law.
Okay. What else do you review before you sit down and sort of try to figure out if you have some answers for us, for the jury, about Shelby Nealy?
Well, after my visit in January of 2025, I reached out to your office and essentially asked for records. Any records that were relevant. I had not seen any records up until that point, despite requesting them from the previous defense team.
Right.
So it was at that point that I got a great deal of records, and then was able to review those before my meeting with Mr. Nealy in June of 25.
Okay. And describe to the jury, what records did you review?
So the records that I reviewed, medical records from University Hospital, Cleveland Clinic, the Metro Health System, St. Vincent Charity Medical Center, records from the Cleveland Police Department, records from the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, records from Broadview Heights, Ohio Police Department, records from Bethany Lutheran School, from Constellation Schools, Parma Community, which is in Parma, Ohio, jail records from the Pinellas County Jail, including medical and classification records, Pasco County Jail classification records, his father, Bobby Nealy's obituary, the divorce complaint between Lisa and Bobby Nealy, and I received all those records in one big pack, and then I did also receive a photo of a poem that was reportedly written by Mr. Nealy approximately 2 weeks ago to add to the list.
Okay. If I could have a moment. So, what do you do next? You have all these records. You've met with Shelby Nealy on multiple occasions. What's the next thing that you do?
Well, I also, as I stated this earlier, but just to make sure it's on the record, I did speak with his mother, Lisa, on the phone on June 11th, 2025. So it was after I received the records, but before the final meeting with Mr. Nealy.
All right. Tell the jury about your interview with his mother.
How did it, I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Tell the jury what kind of information did you learn during the interview with Lisa Svensson, his mother?
Essentially, it was her perspective of Mr. Nealy, her account of what happened in Texas with the violence from the biological father, her observations of Mr. Nealy across the time of his life. I asked some specific questions about things that Mr. Nealy had reported to me, things that you can't really, corroborate with records, like the fact that he talks about being in his room all day after school, from the time he got home and essentially until he got up the next morning to go to school again. That his mother would bring food up and put it outside of his bedroom door or call him down to get it, and then he would take it back up to his room. Things of that nature. So we spoke, about her kind of experiences with Shelby up until the moment of this crime and his subsequent arrest.
Okay. Did the mother corroborate the domestic violence and during her pregnancy with Shelby Nealy and the first year of his life?
Yes, she did. Both physical and verbal. And she did, we did talk briefly about how that impacted her ability to care for Shelby and to give Shelby the time that she wanted. She spoke about it being a very stressful and chaotic time in her life. And that, while her son Shelby was her primary concern, there was a lot of other things going on as well. And that it was a difficult time for her, and that I asked her if it was possible that it affected her infant and her relationship with her infant, and she said, I don't see how it could not, or I don't see how it couldn't have, or something along those lines.
Okay. Did you talk to her about Shelby Nealy's father committing suicide, shooting himself?
We did talk about that. We talked about Shelby reaching out to his father, about his visit to Texas, about changes in his behavior when he returned from Texas, and also about the shock and the impact that his father's suicide had. Lisa saw it kind of from two perspectives. Number one, that he had been curious about his father. He had reached out and had a good meeting with his father, and then his father was taken away from him almost as quickly as he kind of got a father and he was gone. And that was very hard on her son. She also spoke about the fact that this was the first real loss that Shelby had ever experienced. And that he was particularly hurt by the fact that it happened the day after his birthday. That it happened so close to his birthday, and kind of almost felt like that was perhaps a message, something that potentially contributed to the feelings about the relationship, the impact of the relationship with the stepmother.
When you spoke with Lisa, Shelby's mother, you said it was in June of this year?
June 11th, yes.
June 11th. At that time, did Lisa know anything about the sexual abuse?
She did not.
Okay. When you talked to Shelby Nealy and he confided in you about the sexual abuse, was he concerned about how it would impact and affect his mother if she found out about it?
Very concerned. His primary concern was the impact that it would have on his mother if she found out.
Okay. Did you do any other interviews?
No, I did not.
All right. And so you've reviewed the records. You've conducted the interviews that you talked about here today. What is the next thing you do as it relates to your expertise as a forensic psychologist?
I mean, essentially, I sat down and I set out to do what I was supposed to do. I had gathered as much information as I thought I could at that time, so I sat down and determined that Mr. Nealy, by his self-report and the evidence of the records and the experiences he's been through, my professional opinion is that he suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder, as outlined in the DSM-5-TR at the time of this evaluation. I can't go back in time and tell you how long he suffered from PTSD. It's unethical to diagnose someone that you haven't evaluated, and I never evaluated 15-year-old or 17-year-old Shelby Nealy. But I can tell you that the symptoms and the experiences that he had during that time, particularly his father's suicide, followed by the behavior, and then the first marriage, the homelessness, the second marriage, that period of time right there is very kind of, how do I say this? It's very typical kind of behaviors and reactions of people who've been through traumatic experiences or who are in an emotional crisis actively.
Okay. So you mentioned the suicide of his father as a traumatic event, right?
Yes.
You mentioned homelessness as a traumatic event. Tell the jury a little bit more about what you understood as far as homelessness is concerned.
Well, essentially, after his first divorce, before he met Jamie, he was still very angry at his father for taking his life. He was still acting out. He was still having difficulty. He didn't have a place to live. There were times where he lived in a shed behind his mother's house when it was warm. There was times when he lived in a van in an alley that he borrowed from a friend. But what he reported to me in terms of being homeless was that it was very hard. He suffered greatly, especially in the wintertime, sleeping in a van. And that he was very hurt by what he saw as a betrayal, in that his mother and his stepfather Paul would not take him in, even in those kind of what he saw as very dire circumstances. Being homeless, freezing, bad snowstorms, living in Ohio. It certainly gets very cold there. But he saw that as a betrayal. He saw that from an emotional standpoint, it was very traumatic. Aside from it being, very painful and uncomfortable and scary, terrifying, really. Sleeping in a freezing van.
Did he talk to you about the murder of Jamie?
He did. It was during 2019, because that case had not yet occurred at that time. So I was not sure which case, or if both cases perhaps I was going to be called to testify at. I wasn't really sure, so I covered my bases. He spoke about the pattern of behavior with Jamie, of not only threatening and trying to hurt Shelby, but also trying to hurt their children, or using the threats of danger against their children to control his behavior and to kind of keep him under control or on track. He spoke about the night in question, about the fact that she was holding their daughter and holding a knife and threatened to kill her to stop her from crying, and that he felt the need to stop her and to protect his child, and so he did.
During the time period following that murder, so during 2018, from about January up until he comes back to Florida in December of 2018, did he talk to you about the life he was living during that time period, the lies he was telling and his struggles?
He did. He talked about the lies that he was telling, the cover that he was attempting to keep up with Jamie's family so that they believed that she was still here and would not, push harder and investigate. He spoke about the fact that up until this point in his life, he had worked very hard to compartmentalize and repress his emotions so that he didn't feel them. Now, there's a couple levels to this. So first and foremost, his mother is very matter of fact. She's not an emotional person. She's not a lovey, huggy, kind of outwardly emotive person. She's very straightforward, very honest, very blunt. And so that was modeled for Mr. Nealy as he grew up. And that's certainly a factor in what has happened. Beyond that, Mr. Nealy reported having issues with depression in his, say, tween to young adolescent years, and that he would approach his mother and Paul about his depression, and they would respond in what I would call a very invalidating way. There was no, well, I'm sorry you feel that way, like what can we do, or do you want to talk to somebody? There was none of that. It was, according to Mr. Nealy, it was much more defensive, much more, well, we give you everything you could possibly ever want. Why? What right do you have to be depressed? Or what right do you have to be sad? And so, Mr. Nealy learned a couple of things from those encounters, which happened fairly regularly by his self-report. First and foremost, he learned that they don't care, and that, second, he wasn't going to get any help or any support from them. And so he learned to swallow those feelings, to numb himself, to essentially try and, push those feelings down as hard as he could. And this becomes relevant because during the year between these crimes, Mr. Nealy was experiencing a intensely, anxious-filled, fear-filled, emotional experience while he attempted to hide and to cover up what was going on. And he reported great levels of distress during that year, to the point of paranoia, to the point of sitting in a room after the kids go to bed and just sitting there staring at his wife's phone, hoping that it wouldn't, beep or buzz with a text message that he would have to respond to her family to protect himself and his children as he saw it.
Are you able to opine whether or not he was suffering from PTSD when he killed Jamie?
No.
Okay.
Not ethically, no.
Okay. Are you able to opine that he certainly had suffered significant trauma in his life up until that point?
Based on self-report, based on mom's corroboration, I can certainly opine that he was, that he had a trauma in his life, that trauma appeared to have a significant impact on him, that he was exhibiting behaviors that are similar to people who have traumatic experiences, and that, it all kind of fits or leads towards the conclusion that he likely was suffering from some form of post-traumatic stress. But again, I cannot diagnose him with PTSD without having actually evaluated him.
Sure. And is that also true for later on in December of 2018 when he kills her parents and brother? Or
I'm sorry, sir. Can you talk into the microphone?
I apologize.
A little bit.
I'm usually pretty loud, but I apologize. Is that also true for December of 2018 when he kills Jamie's brother and parents?
Absolutely. I mean, based on self-report, based on, again, interview with mom, he was under a great deal of stress. He certainly was what he described as in survival mode, trying to just make it from day to day and protect himself and his children. And I can, again, say there was plenty of evidence of trauma, the same traumas that were present at the commission of the first crime are certainly present at the commission of the second crime, plus any experiences he had in between that, dealing with pressure and emotion, intense emotional reaction, and his inability to handle those intense emotional reactions. But I can't diagnose him with PTSD, no.
Okay. But after that, during the sessions that you met with him up until recently, at this point in time, you're able to diagnose him with PTSD?
Yes, I believe that he met criteria for PTSD in 2019 when I saw him.
Okay.
He was functioning better when I saw him in 2025, but I still believe that he meets criteria for PTSD at that time. And I'm confident and within my ethical rights to say that.
All right. You are familiar with the fact that he has written a book and self-published a book?
He told me that when we spoke recently. Yes, I have not seen the book, read the book. I didn't honestly even look it up. He just said that he had written a book, that it was fiction, and that it was on Amazon.
Okay, all right. The fact that he's written a book, regardless of having not read it and not knowing a lot about it, does that have an impact on your diagnosis?
No,
Okay.
not really.
Okay.
There's a lot of books, and a lot of them are published, and some of them maybe shouldn't have been. I mean, I'm not a literary critic, so I apologize.
That's okay. It's okay. Have one moment, Your Honor. Okay. There is no doubt, based on the information that you've seen and that you're aware of, that Shelby Nealy has done quite a bit of lying over the past 6 years. Would you agree?
I would.
Okay. That being said, he has also made some very truthful confessions that appear to be very much the truth, right?
Correct.
Okay. And things that have been corroborated.
Correct.
And with the exception of the sexual abuse information, would you agree that the rest of the information, to some degree, has been corroborated by his mom and by the records that you reviewed?
Yeah, with, again, the one exception of what we talked about way back at the beginning of this, which is the fact that no one can really tell us what's going on inside of his head.
Sure.
Sure. So, but I agree with you in terms of, him talking about the impact of certain events, his mother corroborating, the changes in his behavior, et cetera, which give us some indication of what may be going on inside of his head.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Dr. Campbell.
Good afternoon.
You can hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Fantastic. How much money are you making for your involvement in this case?
All told, I think it'll probably come out somewhere around maybe $10,000. I'm not honestly sure.
Okay. And you've never testified for the state before, correct?
No, I have taken a couple of calls from state attorneys, conferred with them, and they opted not to hire me. So I'm not opposed to working for the state. I think that PTSD just fits better into the mitigation category at this time, and so it's maybe not applicable.
So you've never been hired by the state either?
No.
So all of your forensic work has been for the defense in one capacity or another?
That's correct.
And you said your expertise is in post-traumatic stress disorder and trauma, those types of things, correct?
Correct.
You're kind of like the guy for that. Is that fair?
I mean, the word expert is something that's used in a forensic setting. It's not a label I put on myself. I'm one of those people who kind of believes there's always more to learn. But certainly I have a lot of experience in the area of PTSD, and as far as forensics are concerned, that's what I specialize in. I don't really get calls to do things like competency evaluations and things like that. When I'm called, I know that it's specifically to address something related to trauma.
Right. And in this case, you were hired specifically to look for trauma or post-traumatic stress disorder, correct?
Correct.
And lo and behold, you found some.
I mean, as I said before, attorneys typically interview their clients, hear evidence of trauma, and then call me. They often have some inkling that there's a traumatic experience present before I even get the phone call. So I did find some traumatic experiences there, and I did find some symptoms that equate with, potential post-traumatic stress disorder.
Now, you indicated multiple times you have to rely a lot on self-report, correct?
That's correct.
And what that means is relying on self-report, relying on what the defendant has told you, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And even the defendant told you at one point that he's been lying as long as he can remember and trying to get away with things. You agree?
That's true. He did, yes.
And you did speak to his mother and his stepdad, and they also described him as lying all the time, correct?
Well, just for clarification for the record, I did not speak with the stepfather, Paul.
Okay.
I did speak to Lisa. And she did say that he was, I don't think she said he was lying all the time. I think she said he was always into mischief or something along those lines. But certainly she agreed.
Okay. Now, I want to talk about some things that you did not review in this case. You didn't review the police report for either the Pinellas case or the Pasco case, correct?
That's correct. I was not provided that information.
Okay. And that's another thing is you were hired by the defense and they provide you the information that they want you to look at, correct?
That's correct.
So you don't know what you don't know. Fair?
Fair.
You never watched the two-hour confessions that this defendant did in this case, correct?
No, I did not.
And since you didn't review the police report, I'm sure you didn't review the interview law enforcement did with Caitlin Farahay, the defendant's first wife, correct?
No, I did not. I was not provided that information.
You didn't listen to the audio interview she did or watch the video reenactment she did, correct?
No, correct.
You didn't review the interview that law enforcement did with Summer Colt, a girlfriend that the defendant had between the offenses, correct?
Correct.
You didn't review the interview that law enforcement did with Karma Stewart, the Jamie Ivancic's biological sister, correct?
Correct.
You didn't review the interview that law enforcement did with the defendant's grandmother that he lived with in between the offenses, Deborah Nealy, correct?
Correct.
You didn't have an opportunity to speak with any of those people, did you?
No, I did not.
You didn't review the 12,600 pages of Facebook records that include multiple Facebook Messenger conversations the defendant had with a variety of people in his life, correct?
I'm sorry, that was like social media content you're speaking of? I couldn't hear the first word.
Correct. The records from Facebook from this defendant's account that document the posts that he made under his account name and the various Facebook Messenger conversations that he's had with people in his life?
No, I have not reviewed that material, no.
Okay. So then in terms of, I believe you made the statement earlier, people are not eager to talk about past trauma, then you don't know that the defendant was very forthcoming with Detective Anderson about what the defendant felt was past trauma in his life, correct?
Well, when we were talking about hesitance for past trauma, we talked in general at first, and then we talked specifically about the sexual abuse. So I'm not sure which one you're referring to, but if I didn't read or I didn't see the interview with the detective, I'm not aware of anything that happened in the
Right.
interview.
And I guess that's my point, is you're not aware of any of the things he said to Detective Anderson, or the order in which he said them, or how forthcoming he was about previous events in his life.
No, I'm not aware of that at all.
Okay. Now, when you first spoke to the defendant, in fact, and that would be back April of 2019, he described the visit to his biological father when he was 15 as a good experience, correct?
Correct.
He didn't describe any trauma related to that visit, correct?
Correct.
In fact, when you were asking the defendant in that first interview about traumas and primary traumas and having that conversation with him, he didn't even mention his biological father's suicide, correct?
No, he did speak about his father's suicide. He did not outline it as one of his kind of primary or most significant traumas, but he did mention it. We did talk about it.
Correct, and that was my question, is he did not mention it as one of the primary traumas, correct?
Correct.
And again, as you testified earlier, self-report is an important part of this evaluation.
That's correct.
One thing that you did mention, I believe you talked about there was a domestic violence situation with his first wife, correct?
Correct.
And again, you haven't reviewed any of the materials from Caitlin Fairhay, so you're not aware that she described the defendant was violent with her, choked her out, and then held her daughter over her while threatening to kill her in front of her child. You're not aware of any of those facts, correct?
I'm not, no.
And you didn't ask the defendant about any of those details in that particular domestic violence situation, did you?
Not in that first interaction, no. I don't think we spoke about it in too much detail. He did admit to taking his anger out on his wife. He did admit to being wrong and to kind of taking responsibility for the situation, but we did not speak specifically about strangulation or treatment of the child.
Okay, and I guess while we're on that topic, one thing he did tell you about that first marriage, and I believe it was the first interview you did with him, was the defendant said that Caitlin's pregnancy is what caused him to drop out of school early and to go get a job, right?
Yeah, that is what he said.
Right. So would it surprise you to learn that that's not true, that he got expelled from school because he was suspended because he was acting up in school?
It would not surprise me based on the behaviors that he was exhibiting at the time and his kind of reaction after his father's suicide, but it would surprise me that he didn't tell me and that was something that happened.
Right, because you agree that's very different than what he told you.
Correct.
Okay. But one thing in the second interview you did with him, the domestic violence that he perpetrated on Caitlin and then her refusal to get back together with him after that was kind of an initiating event for him, correct?
That was his perception of it. I don't necessarily agree with that. I think that his emotional kind of crisis started much earlier, but that was his perception of it, was that it kind of, his survival mode, as he called it, all started with the split with Caitlin, her getting pregnant, and then the split, yes.
Right. And again, as you, I think, mentioned earlier, we're you're dealing in an area that is largely self-report.
Correct.
Because what could be traumatic for me isn't necessarily going to be traumatic for you, and vice versa, correct?
Absolutely. And not only that, but individuals that go through traumatic experiences, they, express post-traumatic symptomology differently based on their previous life experiences too. So there's a lot of factors.
And another major trauma that was described by him was this period of homelessness, correct?
Correct.
And he kind of described that as, and I think that you said that he learned that his mom and his stepdad didn't care and wasn't going to get any help from them, that type of thing.
He basically said that there were a couple of times when he reached out to his mother and his stepfather, Paul, hoping for compassion, support, help, whatever, and that he felt as though they were unwilling to give that, that they did, in fact, not give support to the level that he kind of thought was appropriate of a family member, and that he took that emotionally as a betrayal.
Okay. And in terms of the homelessness, he indicated to you that he'd been kicked out from his mother and stepdad's house over rules, right?
He said it was essentially, someone who had lived on their own coming back to live in a home with your parents, and that there were conflicts that arose. Also based on the behavior that we know that was going on at that time, it's not surprising with him acting out that there would be problems with that.
Right. But the way he described it sounded pretty innocuous. You agree?
Yeah, I would agree that he downplayed it a little bit, yes.
Okay. And I don't know if you inquired further of his mother, but in the records, did you learn that he kept leaving because he wanted to smoke marijuana and they wouldn't allow him to do that in the house?
His mother did tell me that, yes.
Okay. And he kept leaving because he refused to stop stealing from them and stop sneaking in people in the wee hours of the night and entering and exiting through his window when they were telling him not to, correct?
Well, yeah, just for clarification, Mom said that that she kicked him out more times than she can remember, that it was typically over drugs or stealing things, that she was doing so to protect her younger son, his half-brother. She did not bring up sneaking people into the house or going in and out of the windows.
Okay.
But she did not specifically say that he left. She said she kicked him out, but again, it comes down to perception at that point.
And you never talked to Paul Svensson, correct?
No, I did not.
And I don't know if you had this conversation with his mother, but they were always willing to take him back if he would stop doing drugs and stealing from them and follow the basic rules that they had, correct?
Yes, she said something along those lines.
In fact, they tried to help him all throughout his life, is the reality of the situation, correct?
I really wasn't there. I can't vouch for that. Certainly Lisa laid it out as though she was supportive and she was there for him. Shelby's, perception of it was that, that they weren't always there for him, that there were, periods of time in there where he felt as though she wasn't there for him. What actually occurred, I don't know. I wasn't there. But I can tell you that from Shelby's self-report, he felt, emotionally slighted by it. He felt like she wasn't there for him.
Okay. Well, you're aware, or are you aware, that when the defendant got his 17-year-old girlfriend pregnant Caitlin Farahay, and then they were trying to make the best of the situation, that his mother and his stepdad actually paid for an apartment, furnished an apartment for them to try and get them out on the right foot so that he could then continue the family. Were you aware of that?
I was not aware of that. It does not surprise me. My comments about the eroding and the kind of dysfunctional level of their relationship speaks to kind of later in his life and his relationship with his mom. I think at that point, mom had not yet kind of been fed up and pushed him away from his perspective.
Now, one of the other major areas of trauma that I think you described towards the end of direct was after the defendant had killed his wife, correct?
Well, I spoke about the level of extreme emotions that he was experiencing and the fact that given his trauma background, he was less capable of tolerating that level of stress. I also spoke about specifics engaged with his emotional numbing and kind of like subduing and compartmentalizing his emotions, and that led to this being an even more kind of extreme situation for him personally.
Right, and when you're talking about his stress during that time period, you're talking about the stress and fear and anxiety of getting caught, right?
Correct. Yes, absolutely.
And I think you used the word paranoia at one point. You remember that?
Yes, it did. Yep.
And you'd agree with me that paranoia, a definition would be a way of thinking that involves feelings of distrust and suspicion about others without a good reason?
Sure. Either without a good reason or let's say it's exaggerated. Maybe there's, small inklings and it's hyperbolic in nature, I would say. Yes, but certainly paranoia fits that bill. Yes.
It's kind of funny to be talking about a defendant who is exhibiting indications of post-traumatic stress disorder because he beat his first wife and because he killed his second wife, isn't it?
Well, I guess if you're going to say it that way, then yes, it is.
Okay. And I did. Talking about Jamie, I think you said during direct that when she got pregnant, meaning Jamie, she went off her meds and the defendant described things as getting bad, right?
That's what he said.
But the defendant is the one who got her pregnant, right?
The defendant and Jamie were both willing participants in the sexual encounter, from what I've been told.
Right, but I think if you do the math, she was actually 17 at the time. So would you refer to that as sexual abuse as well?
It would come down to the legal, kind of minutia of it and the state laws and stuff. But yes, I certainly would say that's something that's inappropriate.
One thing that you brought up, I think, was the defendant having to denounce his first child, that Jamie wanted him to denounce Mackenzie. You recall talking about that?
Yep, that's what Mr. Nealy told me, yes.
Well, and I don't think you had the benefit of reading the interview or listening to the interview with Caitlin Farahay, but would it surprise you to learn that she described that situation as they were trying to argue that the defendant was not the father of that child to avoid any future payments for child support?
I obviously was unaware of that. As you said, I didn't have that document. If that's Caitlin's perspective, that's her perspective. I can't really comment.
Yeah, and that the defendant and Jamie tried to get her to sign some paper saying that the defendant was not actually the father, so that they could avoid paying any child support in the future, but Caitlin Farahay refused to sign it?
No, I was not aware of that.
Okay. One thing the defendant did say to you is he described that at one point he was, I'm going to say Baker acted, but involuntary committed because he was threatening suicide. But he described to you that he was actually misrepresenting that situation in order to manipulate the Baker Act system, my words, not his, to get what he wanted. You agree with that?
He essentially told me that he had himself hospitalized to get away from his wife and to get some time away to, be safe. I don't know. He
didn't clarify that, right? He just said he wanted to get away, and he wasn't actually suicidal, but he was using it as an excuse to get into a hospital.
That is what he said.
Okay. And again, just to be clear, you can't diagnose this defendant with post-traumatic stress disorder in 2018. You can only say that when you saw him in 2019, it's your opinion that he meets the criteria for post-traumatic stress disorder at that point, correct?
That's accurate, yes.
And by that point, he's killed 4 people, he's been arrested, he's even been extradited, and he's sitting awaiting his fate for his crimes, correct?
That is correct.
Judge, may I have a moment?
Thank you, Dr. Campbell. Redirect examination. Thank you.
Good afternoon again.
Hello.
I believe you were asked by Mr. Sarabia about whether or not you had ever been hired by the prosecution. And I think your answer was no. Is that correct?
Yeah. He asked whether I've been hired by the state. The answer is no. Like I said, I took a couple of phone calls. I conferred with some state officials at separate times about different cases. Excuse me. But at this point, post-traumatic stress disorder specifically and mental health in general is seen as a mitigating factor, not an aggravating factor. So I'm not really marketable to a state attorney or prosecution.
Understood. And have there been times that you've been hired by the defense and at the conclusion of reviewing everything, you tell the counsel that's hired you that you can't help them?
Absolutely. Okay. There have been a number of times when I have, spoken with the lawyer and told them that the case wasn't applicable to my skill set. There have been times when I have met with the individual and the individual does not report any post-traumatic symptoms, even though they have been through traumatic experiences. They don't report any problems. So there's really nothing for me to do there either. There have been a number of cases like that where I'm hired, my involvement in the case is very brief, and then the case moves on without me.
You were asked about the age difference between Jamie and Shelby when they engaged in sexual activities and Jamie first became pregnant. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. If their ages at that time was 21 and 17, is that necessarily abuse? If it's consensual?
Well, I mean, again, there's a lot of different criteria for what constitutes abuse.
Sure.
Right? So, my understanding of the law, kind of in a general sense, and I don't know anything about, the law in Ohio, but is that, under the age of 17, and when one partner is over 18 and one partner is under 18, that's typically frowned upon or illegal, depending on where you are. When it comes to other psychological measures, they define sexual abuse as being a difference in age of 5 years. So given that criteria, it would not be improper or abusive.
Okay.
It certainly is kind of a very difficult, I don't want to say gray area, but it's a very difficult kind of situation. I think it's probably more of a legal matter than a psychological matter.
Sure. From a legal perspective, you don't know what the law was in Ohio at the time, right?
I don't know what the law, specific is in Florida about that, to be honest, in detail.
From a psychological, from your professional viewpoint, 5-year age difference is a number that you look at as to
it's kind of
evaluate.
the benchmark. It also depends on the nature of the relationship, where the people are in their lives, things of that nature. In this case, it seems like Shelby and Jamie at that time, from self-report again, was that they were pretty happy at the beginning. They were happy to have found each other. They were both looking for someone. They were both lonely, and that at the beginning the relationship was apparently pretty good.
So let's forget about the law as it relates to the sexual abuse. Let's just talk about if you have two young individuals who are 17 and 21, and they're in a relationship, right?
Right.
And the relationship is both emotional and sexual.
Correct.
Anything wrong with that? From
Not psychologically speaking, no.
Okay. Now, if you have a 30-plus-year-old stepmother who's having sex with her 15-year-old son, something wrong with that?
Psychologically speaking, yes, there is.
You ask questions about the records that you've reviewed, right?
Correct.
And then you were asked questions about the records that you did not review.
Correct.
Okay. Are you comfortable, based on your training and experience, that the records that you had for your review were sufficient for you to render the opinions that you've testified to here today in front of the jury?
I am.
Okay. Do you know that the defense team in this case is court-appointed to represent Shelby Nealy?
I was aware of that, yes.
Okay. Are you aware of the fact that we don't have just a blank check when it comes to paying you?
I am.
Anything that we want you to do, we have to have it approved by the court.
That's correct.
Okay. Have a moment, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Am I excused?
You are.
All right. Thank you very much, and I appreciate it, Your Honor, letting me do Zoom. This is my family vacation time, so I appreciate the flexibility.
Thank you. All right. Members of the jury, let's go ahead and take our 15-minute afternoon break, and then we'll finish up for the day. expert in person and then mom and dad in person?
That's tomorrow, Judge.
Oh,
We have 3 people tomorrow, another expert and then mom and dad.
oh, are we done for today?
We have 1 today, 1 expert today,
Okay.
1 tomorrow, and parents tomorrow.
All right, the expert is here or on Zoom?
The expert is here.
Okay.
Hopefully.
He's here. He's here.
Let's just ask after he's a director.
out back in session.
All right, are we ready for the jury? Okay. Let's go ahead and bring them in. Everybody's here. For sure this time?
Jurors in the jury box be seated.
Welcome back, members of the jury. Defense, please call your next witness.
Dr. Robert Lowe.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you please tell the jurors your name and spell your last name for us?
Sure. My name is Robert Woe, PhD. My last name is spelled O-U-A-O-U.
Okay, and what is it that you do, Dr. Woe?
I'm a licensed clinical psychologist in the state of Florida, as well as other states, with a specialization in neuropsychology.
All right, and will you tell the jurors what neuropsychology is?
Sure. Neuropsychology is a subspecialization of the field of clinical psychology. So we receive specialized training in brain behavior relations and how to assess those through standardized testing, or what are called neuropsychological tests, in order to understand behaviors, disorders, and that sort of thing.
All right, and would you give the jurors a little description of your background and experience?
Sure. So education-wise, I have a degree from Temple University in psychology, after which time I obtained a master's degree and a doctorate or a PhD in clinical psychology with a specialization in neuropsychology from Palo Alto University. In going through this long process, I completed what's called a predoctoral internship, which was at the VA Medical Center, VA Maryland Healthcare Center in Baltimore, Maryland, with a specialization in neuropsychology. And further training was what's called a postdoctoral fellowship, and that was at the VA Medical Center as well in Baltimore in neuropsychology. I've worked in traumatic brain injury. Actually, I worked for the most part throughout my undergraduate experience at Temple, and then furthered it obviously through graduate studies. After graduate school, I underwent the postdoctoral fellowship, which is a 2-year specialized program in research and clinical practice in neuropsychology. Worked at the VA Medical Center in Baltimore as a neuropsychologist for a couple years before taking a position with a neurology group down in Naples, Florida, which was a nice move from Baltimore. And I was at that group for 2 years, in addition to being on the staff of the Naples Community Hospital there, all within the specialization of neuropsychology. After which time I worked with a group in Fort Myers, Florida, Neuropsychiatric Research Center, which was also as the head neuropsychologist there, and we also did research as well. And there was some forensic work that we did in the courts and with civil cases and criminal cases. Then in 2008, I started my practice at Naples Neuropsychology, which I still maintain, where I was referred patients from the community, from around the country, from the NFL for a while as a consultant. I also worked as on the medical advisory board for the Alzheimer's Association here, actually in Clearwater, down the street, for several years, and have maintained that practice since 2008. We've moved to Santa Fe, New Mexico, relocated. Still have the same name, Naples Neuropsychology, where I also have a practice there, private practice.
And you indicated that you had done some work with the NFL. Could you expound on that a little bit?
Yes, for several years I was approached by I worked as an evaluator, as a neuropsychologist for the medical director of the NFL, evaluating players who, for disability claims, basically.
And could you tell us some of your professional affiliations as well?
Sure. I'm the member of the National Academy of Neuropsychology, the American Psychological Association, the International Neuropsychological Society, the American Academy of Clinical Neuropsychology, and a couple others.
All right. Have you been qualified as an expert before?
I have, yes.
In the states or courts of this state?
Yes, both in criminal and civil cases.
All right. And both state and federal court?
Yes.
As well as other states as well?
That is correct, yes.
All right. How is it that you study brain behavior?
Well, obviously, I gave you sort of the map of what my education and experience was. So over several years, starts with coursework and what we call practicum experience, working in hospitals or clinics, studying neuroscience, how the brain actually works, and for neuropsychological for neuropsychologists, we study specific tests that measure different domains of functioning within the brain. So that can be from intelligence to memory to executive function. And in doing those tests, which are standardized tests that are accepted in the medical community, we can form a picture of someone if there is something abnormal or not.
All right. And in this case, were you sent by the defense team, were you sent certain things to review in reference to Mr. Nealy?
I was, yes.
And can you tell us what those things were?
Sure. So I was provided As part of a neuropsychological evaluation, I was provided medical records from several different sources in Ohio. I was provided with school records. They were school records from 1st to 6th grade, Bethany Lutheran School. I was also provided with some medical records from the Pinellas County Jail, and I was provided with classification records from the Pinellas County Jail and Pasco County Jail as well.
Among the medical records that you were provided from Ohio, would that include Metro Health records?
Yes, Metro Health, St. Vincent, Cleveland Clinic, University Medical Hospital. I believe that was the list.
Okay. And are these the types of things that are typically relied upon by experts in your field?
Yes.
How many times did you see Mr. Nealy?
I saw Mr. Nealy on 3 different occasions.
And for the type of work that you're performing, is that typical, atypical, the amount of times that you've seen him and the amount of time that you spent with him?
Well, I think it varies. As neuropsychologists, doing a neuropsychological evaluation, it's a pretty discrete process in that several hour day of doing testing, standardized testing, can be adequate. So I think I saw him a little bit more than I normally would, and that was because I was in Pinellas County and was interested in if there were any changes in his mental status.
Okay. And when you first saw him, well, let me ask you, when you're typically doing these sorts of evaluations, assessments, are you interested in head injuries?
If there are head injuries, yes, absolutely. That's one of the main interests and expertise that I have as a neuropsychologist.
All right. And did you ask him if he had any head injuries?
I did, yes.
All right. And what did he tell you about head injuries that he had?
He stated that he had a head injury in 2012, in the winter of 2012, where he was assaulted and fell to the ground and hit his head and was treated at Metro Health Medical Center. He also told me that he sustained several head injuries in the relationship with his deceased wife, and I believe that was about it.
All right. And you indicated the 2012 injuries are contained in the Metro Health records. Are those in there as well?
They are, yes.
All right. And so did those records corroborate what Mr. Nealy told you about the 2012 head injury?
Yes.
And can you tell us what those records, how those records informed you?
Certainly. It was significant to me. Probably the most significant record that I saw as far as this neuropsychological evaluation. It was December 6th, 2012. The record stated that he was assaulted, fell, hit his head, suffered a loss of consciousness, so he was knocked out. After he arrived at the emergency department at Metro Health, he was noted to have dizziness and what's called post-traumatic amnesia, so difficulty remembering details surrounding the head injury. He was also noted to have problems with new learning, or what we call interrograde memory. And the medical staff was concerned about that. They brought in the neurosurgery department. Imaging was done on his brain, so they took a picture of his brain with a CT scan, and he was noted to have some bleeding on the right temporal side of his head, which would be here. Inside inside the skull, with a fracture on the right temporal bone, which would be right here. So they felt that it was significant, and neurosurgery recommended that he be held and observed so that they could determine the prognosis or how this might change, because that bleeding can change and cause problems. And so they are monitoring him, and he signed out AMA against the doctor's orders.
And he would have been around 18 or 19 in 2012?
I believe the record stated that he was 19.
All right. And you indicated that with this injury, he had not only the brain bleed in the places that you indicated in the skull, but also loss of consciousness?
Yes.
All right. Was there other head injuries that he reported to you that were also corroborated by medical records?
So if my memory serves me, I believe in 2016 there were two admissions, two visits to the emergency department, one at Metro Health, and then I believe one later, if I'm not mistaken, at St. Vincent's Hospital in Ohio. The first one, it was noted that he had been hit on the head with a broomstick. Certainly there were no findings that were as significant as the 2012 medical record. Then there was another record in 2016 that indicated that he had suffered a blunt head trauma from being hit by a frying pan. And again, neither of them, I believe, stated loss of consciousness. And the severity was not as significant as it was indicated on the 2012 admission.
Yeah, those two didn't indicate something as severe as a brain bleed or something like that.
That's correct. But I don't believe they felt it was necessary to do imaging, but it did not indicate that.
And did the records reflect at all in any of those two instances who those head injuries were caused by?
They stated that it was caused by his wife.
Okay. And did Mr. Nealy report these injuries to you as well?
Yes, I believe he reported the broom one. I don't think that he reported to me the pan, frying pan.
All right, so there was actually an extra one that's reflected in the records that he didn't or forgot to tell you about.
That's correct.
Okay. Does trauma affect the brain?
Obviously not head trauma, but the other type of trauma.
Yes.
It does, yes, especially a developing brain, a brain that is still in development prior to the ages of 22, 23.
And how does it affect the brain?
So it's known in the research literature that there are certain parts of the brain that sort of take over behavior and emotion, and there are parts of the brain that sort of back up from regulating one's ability to control their emotions or their behavior. And so the part of the brain that's called the limbic system is sort of the more primitive brain. You've heard people say lizard brain, which I'm not a big fan of, but it gets the point across that it's this sort of primitive part of the brain that is not regulated by the frontal part of the brain that really develops into our 20s. And so people people that have trauma can be more emotionally driven in their behavior and behave before they think.
So we have these two traumas. We've got these head traumas like the intracranial bleed or the things that are listed in the records. And then we've got this other type of trauma that you're just talking about, both of which can affect the brain.
Yes, especially in a brain that's, as I've said, is still in development.
Okay.
So you can develop neurodevelopmental disorders.
And as you indicated previously, in 2012, the records reflected he was 19, is that
Yes.
right? And then the other ones would have been in 2016, so depending on the time, would have been 22 or 23.
Yes.
All right. Let's go back to the testing, which is, you testified earlier that that's part of what you use to study the brain, so to speak. So what kind of testing did you administer to Mr. Nealy?
So I administered a fairly standardized battery of neuropsychological tests, type of battery that most or many of us neuropsychologists would use to evaluate an individual. And that includes a measure of intelligence, measures of different cognitive functions that include memory, executive functions, learning and memory, executive functions, attention, concentration, processing speed, domains that are related to the functions of the brain that we can see as normal or abnormal depending on somebody's history. So it was a standardized battery of neuropsychological tests that took several hours to administer.
And when you say standardized, what does that mean?
That the tests are the ones that are, the tests of those domains of cognitive functioning and intelligence are the ones that are peer reviewed and accepted in our scientific community, but are done in a way that it is standardized every time. So we administer these tests where possible the same way every time, because what we're doing is, for example, with a memory test, we know what a quote-unquote normative sample, how they perform on that test. So what's supposed to be normal. So, and that test was given to that normative sample or the group of people known to not have neurologic deficits in a way that's the exact same way that I would give it to a patient or an individual who might have some sort of deficits. So we can compare their performance to the individuals that we know are normal. So, and see how far away they are from what we would call, the average performance on those tests.
And is it done that way to ensure that this testing is accurate and precise?
Yes.
Okay. And do you also, we talked about this a little bit yesterday with another doctor, do you assess for malingering?
Yes.
And can you describe again what that is to refresh our memory and what you found in relation to that?
Sure.
As it goes for Mr. Nealy.
I'm sorry. Yes, so malingering in the sense of neuropsychological testing is obviously important, especially in a situation like this, in a civil situation where there's a lawsuit. Individuals are known to potentially not give full effort on testing, right? So that they can look worse than they actually are. So in neuropsychological tests, there are what's called performance validity measures. So these are tests that are sensitive to not giving full effort, that might look like memory tests, but truly are, even we know that based on using them with individuals that have bona fide head injuries or disorders of some, neurologic disorders of some kind, we know that they would not have a problem with it. So these tests are given throughout the testing session to ensure that an individual is giving full effort on testing and not feigning or attempting to look worse than they are, or malingering.
All right, and what did you find as to Mr. Nealy on that issue of malingering?
So yes, I administered several measures of performance validity, and he passed all of them. Some of them have cutoffs, and he was above all of the cutoffs.
All right, and is one of the tests that you did an IQ test?
I did, yes.
All right, and will you tell the jurors what IQ test that was and sort of describe it for them?
So I administered the Wechsler Adult Intelligence Scale, which is the 4th edition, which came out in 2008. The new edition came out recently, the 5th edition, but the 4th edition was available at the time. It's sort of the gold standard. It is the gold standard measure of intelligence, right? So it looks at multiple areas of one's ability to solve problems, to reason, their attention and concentration. And it's split into a full-scale IQ score, a verbal IQ score, so verbal abilities, verbal reasoning, a performance or nonverbal IQ score, which relates to one's ability to solve spatial problems. Again, think rationally in a spatial way, puzzles, processing speed, how quickly somebody completes tasks, and what's called working memory. So these are all the indices that are a part of the WAIS, WAIS-4. And it's not only used to just measure IQ, which is important in many situations, but also to look at the patterns amongst those indices and if they reveal any abnormalities. And it's also used as a foundation for the other neuropsychological tests that we administer.
All right, did you find, when you did this IQ testing, did you find anything that was significant to you in the scores that you, that Mr. Nealy came up with?
I did. So one of the comparisons that what we would call was significant was that there was a significant difference between his verbal abilities, his verbal IQ, and his nonverbal IQ. And there's a couple reasons why that's significant, because it can point to certain disorders, learning disabilities, but in neuropsychology, we know that there are certain parts of the brain that are related to nonverbal IQ and certain parts that are related to verbal IQ. So in itself is not diagnostic. It just brought up a red flag. And what I found was that his verbal IQ, which was, so the average IQ is 100 on the WAIS. His verbal IQ is a 105, right, which placed him at the 63rd percentile, I believe. And his nonverbal IQ was an 80, I have it written here, 82, which placed him at the 12th percentile. So that's a significant split that we look at as neuropsychologists. Again, it's not wholly diagnostic of anything. You would never diagnose anything just based on that or make any, opinion or summation. But it points to an abnormality, because what we know is that much of a split between those two IQ scores, verbal and nonverbal, happens. It happens in about 4 people out of 100 of the normative sample. So it was quite abnormal.
And you may have said this a little bit before, but what is the difference between what a verbal IQ shows and what a nonverbal IQ shows?
Well, first, there are some, again, that his verbal abilities are on the WAIS, when I administered it in 2023, were significantly better than his nonverbal abilities. Now, we also begin to think as a neuropsychologist, why would that be? And especially with medical records, we know that in general, the left hemisphere is, the integrity of the left hemisphere is related to the verbal IQ, or at least it controls those tests. The nonverbal IQ is something that is more related to the right hemisphere of the brain. So those were the significant findings that I had from the waves.
Right. Did you also do some memory testing with him?
I did, yes.
Okay, and could you explain that and your conclusions from that?
So us neuropsychologists have lots of memory tests that we like to administer because lots of neurologic disorders result in memory problems. Traumatic brain injury is definitely one. Alzheimer's disease or early Alzheimer's disease, absolutely, stroke. So there are common standardized neuropsychological tests that measure memory functioning. And we measure them in different domains, in verbal domains and in nonverbal domains. So might ask you to learn a list of words and repeat it back to me, and then repeat it back to me in 20 minutes. Might ask you to remember a story, a narrative, and recall that immediately and then 30 minutes later. Or the nonverbal domain, looking at one's abilities to learn and recall spatial designs. And again, this is standardized tests. So we know where normal individuals of such and such age should be performing.
What were the conclusions that you came to from the memory testing that you did?
So his verbal memory abilities, so his ability to recall words after learning them after several trials, or his ability to recall a story, we're in the low average to average range, right? And his nonverbal or visual memory abilities were exceptionally low. I mean, across the board and below the first percentile, meaning 99% of the population of his age, or the sample of his age from the normative sample, scores better than him. And that's a very significant finding for somebody like me in my profession.
And that low score and that percentage where 99% of the people score better than him, is that the areas that we're talking about? Are we talking about the area of the brain that regulates emotion?
Yes. I mean, so the memory, one of the correlates of memory, or neurologic correlates of memory, is an area of the brain called the hippocampus and the temporal lobes. And those areas are related, we know, because we have individuals that have damage to those areas. We see problems in those areas with Alzheimer's disease and related dementias, that those areas of the brain also are related to one's ability to regulate emotion.
I want to go back because I meant to ask you also, in what percentage of the population, you said that we have an 82 nonverbal IQ, a 105 verbal IQ, and you indicated that that's a significant split there. What percentage of the population has that kind of split?
Well, I believe 4 out of 100 would be, 4%.
And he falls into that 4%,
Yes.
obviously.
Yes. So 96%, obviously, of the population does better.
And so the impairment that we're talking about with him correlates, you indicated, with the right side of the brain?
Yes, it did. Not only from the WAIS, from the intelligence test, that split. Though the memory tests were exceptionally low, that would be, we would localize that also to the right hemisphere as well.
And so what was his, what we call a full-scale IQ?
His full-scale IQ is a 91.
And what does that mean? What does the full scale mean versus verbal, nonverbal? Like, how do you put all that together?
Well, it's somewhat complicated because there is such a split, and you would expect that those two to be closer. We just know that his verbal abilities are average, and the nonverbal abilities are in the low average range, as we would classify IQ. His general IQ, which is a 91, which is at the 27th percentile, right? So 73% of individuals his age score better, is in the average to low average range. And that's how you would classify his general intelligence.
How do you explain that, you know, he's got an IQ that's in the average to low average range, but there's still a significant problem? How do we explain that?
Well, it's often that an individual can have an average IQ and still have, deficits related to specific parts of the brain. It's not mutually exclusive from having an average or low average IQ. What we see on neuropsych testing, the memory testing especially, is that there's, unequivocal deficits in areas of cognitive functioning that are not mutually exclusive from having a low average or an average IQ.
And contributing to your conclusions, obviously, are what he reported to you that were corroborated by the medical records, those head injuries?
Certainly, certainly the record from 2012 was very much consistent with the type of finding that I found on neuropsychological testing. We know that temporal part of the brain is related to memory functioning. We know that the right side where the injury is absolutely consistent with the findings on the Wechsler Adult Intelligence Scale and on the visual memory tests, and that those findings were abnormal, just as his medical record was. And there were other blows to the head. They just weren't as well documented. But in my experience, that obviously doesn't help. But there seemed to me to be a direct correlation in the medical record to the neuropsychological test findings.
And the impairments to the right part or right hemisphere of his brain, that is the area that controls things like perceptual reasoning, I think emotion regulation that we talked about, social comportment, those sorts of things.
That's correct, yes.
All right. May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
You may. Cross-examination?
Good afternoon, Dr. Woe.
Good afternoon.
Have you been able to attract more patients to your clinical program since last we spoke?
Yes, actually, we're moving forward.
I remember last time we spoke, you had indicated you had not been able to attract many since moving to New Mexico. So that's improving now?
Well, it's not that I haven't been able. We just it's a process. You know, my practice in Naples was packed. We just moved there 2 years ago, didn't know anybody, so it's a process.
And you indicated that the majority of your work currently, because you are still getting your clinical practice up and running after 2 years, it's been as an expert witness for court cases like this, right?
For this and for civil cases and for some research projects.
And as far as your criminal work, you estimated that about 99% of that work was on behalf of defense attorneys, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And back when your clinical practice was more up and running, you estimated that it was 50-50 between clinical work and expert witness work, but now it's predominantly expert witness work, right?
It was 50-50 right in Naples, depending on snowbird population. But yes, correct.
And I think you said when the snowbirds were away, it was more like 70-30 in favor of expert witness testimony, right?
Yes.
And isn't it true that you expect to have made at least $10,000 off this case alone by the time the trial's done?
Yes.
You based your evaluation of Mr. Nealy on your interview of him, your review of his school records, jail records, and medical records, as well as the testing you've talked about, right?
Yes.
You did not interview anybody else about any of these matters, right?
I did not.
And you did not review any police reports, right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So not any reports about the present cases or about any previous incidents, right?
Correct, yes.
Let's see. You also got a family history for Mr. Nealy regarding the mental health of relatives to help inform your opinion as well, right?
I don't know if it actually assisted in informing my opinion, but I did get a brief family history.
That was specifically about mental health issues in his family, right?
Yes.
And you never reached out to any of those relatives, not his mother or anybody else, to talk about the accuracy of those statements?
I did not, no.
It also included Mr. Nealy's statements that his biological father had abused his mother when he was less than a year old, right?
That's what he told me, yes.
And you knew that he would not have been old enough to have any memory or knowledge of that himself at the time, right?
That would seem highly unlikely, I agree.
But you chose not to obtain any information from anyone who could have a first-hand account of it, right?
That's correct.
He also described his grandmother in his interview with you as a nut job, right?
That's what he said, yes.
Okay. And you didn't follow up on that either, right?
Correct. Yes.
He told you that he had been depressed as a teenager and nobody cared about that, right? That his family didn't notice?
I don't know if he used the word, they didn't care about that. I think it was the latter of what you said, that they didn't notice that he was depressed, according to him.
And you didn't contact anyone about that either, right?
Correct. I mean, yes, I did not.
And isn't it true that later in the same interview, he told you that after becoming depressed at age 17, his family took him to therapy and he was prescribed antidepressants?
Yes, that's what he said.
Did that strike you that he was inconsistent about such a basic issue like that?
Not necessarily, as far as my final opinion goes, no.
He also told you that he had been diagnosed with ADHD as a child as well, right?
Yes.
And that he had been placed on medication for that additionally, right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And he told you that he was not experiencing any anxiety, right?
When I saw him?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Now, if his parents didn't notice or didn't care about his mental health issues, it wouldn't make sense to you that they would have bothered to get him evaluated or put on ADHD medications, right?
Yes.
But again, you didn't follow up on any of that, right?
I did not.
And he claimed to have experienced homelessness around the age of 19, or he informed you that he had, right?
Yes, he did.
And the way he described it, he was just trying to survive and not be homeless around that time, right?
That's what he said, I believe.
Okay. And he didn't tell you that all he had to do was stop stealing from his parents and doing drugs in their house to be allowed to live there, right?
He didn't tell me that.
Okay. And you didn't ask them, right?
I did not.
So he didn't tell you that this period of homelessness was entirely by his own choice, did he?
He did not.
He did tell you that around that period of time he had used LSD, psychedelic mushrooms, and marijuana, right?
That's correct. I think one time the LSD, 2 times the psilocybin, and then marijuana.
And you didn't ask him how often he had used marijuana, right?
I did not.
Okay. And you didn't speak to any of the other experts that he had interviewed with to talk about his drug use with them either, right?
That's correct. Yes.
So you weren't aware that he had reported that he was actually a heavy marijuana user during periods of time, right?
Well, the medical records sort of reflected that. I believe there's some diagnosis related to that.
Okay. And you noticed in those medical records that he had once been diagnosed with cannabis use disorder, right?
Yes.
And isn't it true that during your interviews with Mr. Nealy, the only mental health problem that Mr. Nealy had indicated was depression?
Yes.
And when you described when Mr. Nealy described the circumstances around the killing of his wife, he was very matter-of-fact about it with you, wasn't he?
Well, he really didn't describe the facts around any of these crimes. So I don't think I can answer that question.
When he told you about how he killed his wife?
He didn't tell me how he killed his wife.
Do you have a copy of your transcript from your deposition?
My transcript? No.
Do you recall talking to me about those?
I remember him mentioning it to me when she died, is what he said. Mm-hmm. And then he left, is all he said to me.
Do you recall remarking about how matter-of-fact he was about it?
I don't, no. But I'll take your word for it.
Now, you did continue interviewing him, and he told you after he killed his wife, he went to Ohio, then to Texas, where he lived with his grandmother, right?
Yes.
And that's the same grandmother he had called a nut job earlier in the interview, right?
I don't know.
Okay. When you talked about the head injury in 2012 with him, he indicated that he believed his mood had worsened over time after the injury, but he indicated that was the only change, right?
I believe so, yes.
And even with the records you'd reviewed indicating that he had a blow to his head, you had some concerns about whether there was any chronic problems because of the lack of associated symptoms, right?
You'd have to recollect my memory with that.
I think you indicated that you would have expected him to have chronic headaches or something of that nature. Do you recall that?
I definitely would, and he, I believe, reported chronic headaches, if I'm not mistaken.
A copy of this, definitely. Your Honor, can I have a moment?
May?
Judge, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Dr. Woe, I'd refer you to page 36, lines 21 to 23. Just let me know once you've read it to see if that refreshes your recollection.
Sure.
actually, I'm sorry. I think I might have that.
I'm sorry, what was the number of the citation?
Just give me one moment. Let's just move on. Let's see. Dr. Woe, you would usually expect to see headaches if there were chronic issues from an old head injury, and he didn't report those, right?
I believe, to answer your first question, yes, you might. It's not certain, but yes, you might. I believe that he reported that he experienced headaches for some time, but I don't remember the time frame. Exactly.
Now, you conducted testing on the defendant, and you indicated that his verbal and nonverbal scores were in the average and low average fields, respectively, right? Or categories.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, I know you gave a variety of tests, some of which included spelling words backwards and things of that nature. Was that at all related to explaining how you get to the IQ or how the variance of the IQ could be impacted in this case?
Well, I don't want to misspeak, but I don't believe I gave him any tasks on how to spell words backwards. That would be from the mini mental, a screen that's used by physicians and nurses and sometimes neuropsychologists, but I don't believe I gave him that particular task to do. And then if you could repeat the second part of the question, please.
Oh, I was asking if that would have some impact on your explanation for this variance, the testing you performed, where the verbal and nonverbal IQ were different.
I'm still trying to understand your question. If you're asking me, was there a pattern that was within the neuropsychological test consistent with the IQ test?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And you felt that the IQ may have changed at some point in his life, right? As a result of the injury or some other intervening factor.
If it was a result of, if that difference was a result of this injury, then it is possible.
Okay. But you indicated that you don't know for sure that that happened during the course of his life, right?
That's correct. Yes, I had no other IQ testing.
And you mentioned that about 4% of people will have a variance in verbal and nonverbal IQ like the defendant presented in, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And that variance can be naturally occurring, right?
Well, when you say naturally occurring, it's anomalous, so it's a clinical finding. It can be naturally occurring in the sense that it could be related to a potential learning disability that somebody is born with, is possible, specifically a nonverbal learning disability.
And that difference between verbal and nonverbal IQ can essentially mean nothing, right? it might not be a result of an injury or learning disability. It's possible it can just exist in a human being, right?
Well, it's difficult for me to say since we like to diagnose so much. I mean, it's abnormal. So it would be very rare if it, so therefore it's not normal, you know, by definition.
And so some of the factors that informed your conclusions were that the defendant had a mood disorder, difficulty comporting his behavioral traditionally, and he had a documented head injury from 2012, right? As far as your conclusion that this was a result of an injury.
You'd have to repeat the question again, I'm sorry.
Some of the factors that led you to the conclusion that the difference in IQ was a result of a head injury was that the defendant had a mood disorder, which was depression, difficulty comporting his behavior traditionally, and he had a documented head injury.
I don't know. I don't think that's accurate. I think what brought me to the final opinion that this was related to a right hemisphere a head injury was that there was neuropsychological tests that were below the first percentile. There was medical records that show he had a blow to that part of the brain that would be measurable in the way that it was measured by neuropsych testing.
Okay, so just the IQ and the blow to the head was all you needed. Is that what you're saying?
Well, the records were important.
Mm-hmm. Now, that would be marked by a change in behavior, right? At the blow to the head.
It certainly could be, yes.
Okay. But this defendant had difficulty comporting his behavior traditionally as a teen before the head injury, right?
From the records that I saw, yes. Or from his self-report, yes.
Mm-hmm. And you're aware that Mr. Nealy engaged in violent behavior prior to that head injury as well, right?
I don't believe I no.
Okay. You're aware that he was diagnosed with the mood disorder depression well before the 2012 head injury, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't have the education, license, or expertise to diagnose any actual medical problems, right? You're not a medical doctor.
I'm not a medical doctor, no.
Okay. Now, we've talked about a variety of things that you reviewed and a variety of things you did not review. You'd agree that more data points is better than less, right?
If it relates to what I'm evaluating.
Well, if you're evaluating behavior, more data points about the behavior would be helpful, right?
If I'm evaluating behavior, sure.
Sure. And in addition to medical records, police records would establish data points about behavior, wouldn't they?
I suppose it could, yes.
Now, you mentioned that you did look through the Metro Health records about the head injury. You mentioned that he had been assaulted. Is that how Mr. Nealy described it?
It's how he described it. It was also described that way within the medical records.
Well, don't the medical records indicate that Mr. Nealy was attempting to collect a debt when he got into a fight and then received the injury?
I believe that was part of the detail, yes.
So that's a little different than being assaulted, right?
No, he was, well, in the sense of me evaluating him as a neuropsychologist, he suffered a blow to the head, which was the assault. How it happened, why it happened, really is not important as far as doing neuropsychological testing.
Now, you've been clear that you didn't review any of the police records, but would it surprise you to learn that the defendant had been in trouble for stealing from Walmart prior to the head injury and also in trouble for stealing from Target after the head injury?
No, it would not.
And would it surprise you to learn that he had strangled his first wife during acts of domestic violence before the head injury and strangled his second wife after the head injury?
It would not, no.
Would it surprise you to learn that after the incidents of strangulation that the defendant made suicidal threats in an effort to avoid consequences for those strangulations?
I suppose it wouldn't, I mean, I haven't reviewed any of that information.
And you indicated that during the period that he was just trying to survive, that was his focus, which would have put us around that 2012 period. Would it surprise you that according to those records, the thefts were not for essentials to survive like food, they were for items like sunglasses, headphones, and music CDs?
Again, I didn't review those records, but it really doesn't, I suppose it wouldn't have any impact on my final opinion.
So it seems that the defendant was not a great historian of his own history in what he conveyed to you. Would you agree with that?
So my focus being mostly on whether or not there is evidence of brain damage or a neurocognitive problem from neuropsych testing. He seemed pretty consistent on providing the information as it related to the information that was integrated in my final opinion. There was some inconsistencies that you're pointing out. Sure, absolutely.
And the damage that you believe you've identified as the source for some of the behavioral issues he's had, you mentioned the damage could be to the hippocampus, which could impair emotional regulation and social comportment, right?
Yes.
But I think we've established that his emotional regulation and social comportment was bad before and after the injury, right?
Absolutely.
So his behavior really wasn't much different after the injury, was it?
I don't know, because I really didn't get into that. My job was to evaluate and see if there was a presence of brain damage. I didn't explain his behavior in any way as it related to that. My job was just to show if there was something that was there.
So your job was to get an answer that would be helpful for $10,000, not to look through too many reports, right?
No, my job was to perform an objective neuropsychological evaluation, which is what I did.
All right. Redirect.
So I asked you on direct whether the testing that you did is standardized for a reason. So when the prosecution asks you, you didn't get any reports about this incident, you didn't get any prior reports involving somebody else, you didn't get this record, that record, or whatever, that would defeat the whole purpose of testing being standardized, wouldn't it?
Certainly. I mean, it is not necessary for me to have those records to do the type of testing that I did.
You're evaluating brain injury.
Potential brain injury,
Okay.
yes.
And so when you give standardized tests, they are called standardized because you are to give them the same way every time you give them, correct?
That is correct, yes.
So if you had this case here, where there are these 4 murders that happened a certain way, and then you go to John Smith over here on another day to evaluate him, where it's an aggravated assault, where he pushed someone into a pool table, and that pool table, he fell over that pool table. In either one of those instances, if you're asked to do your testing, you are going to give it in a standardized way. The IQ testing, the memory testing, whatever it is.
Absolutely, in all contexts.
And that's why it becomes objective. Is that right?
By definition, yes.
Thank you. Now, when Mr. Doig says he was stealing from the Walmart before and he stole from the Walmart after, would that surprise you? Those kinds of things, the things he's talking about, stealing, or he said he had problems with social comportment before these incidences here. Do you remember him asking
Yes.
you about that? But in this instance, he took that social comportment to a whole different level, right? In this case right here.
Yeah, I suppose so, yes. I mean,
And we have 3 murders here, right?
for sure,
4.
fortunately.
Now, you know that the defense team is appointed to represent Mr. Nealy in this case, right?
Yes.
And as such, we are required to get court permission and ask the court to appoint experts in this case. Do you know that?
Yes.
And so you are likewise aware that our funds are limited. We're not cutting you checks, right?
That is correct, yes.
In fact, you don't get paid by us at all, do you?
No, I am being paid by the state of Florida.
Mr. Doig was asking you about the scores on the verbal and nonverbal being in the average to the low average range. Do you remember him asking
Yes.
you that? Is the importance of those scores that each of them are in the low average to average range, or is the importance of those scores the split?
Well, obviously, it's the latter as to what I testified to, and that it's a fairly rare finding, and it points to an abnormality. So it's the split.
And your testimony is that the split in his verbal and verbal and nonverbal IQ is abnormal.
Yes.
And you're basing that not just on what he told you, but on all the medical records and the injuries that you've indicated to this jury today,
Yes.
and standardized testing.
And standardized neuropsychological testing, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Please watch your step, sir. Thanks again. All right, any other witnesses for today, or is that it today?
That's it for today, Your Honor.
All right, very good. All right, members of the jury, we're going to adjourn a little bit earlier than we have been, so not a bad thing. So we'll see you tomorrow at 9:15. I do have a bit of a motion calendar, so we'll start then. We might be able to adjourn early tomorrow as well. We'll tell you a whole lot more about that tomorrow, okay? So we'll see you at 9:15.
Please give no passing the seats, folks. Jury's out of here in court.
All right, so 3 witnesses for the defense tomorrow. State, do you have any idea if you're going to call any rebuttal witnesses at this point?
If we call a rebuttal witness, it would be Detective Anderson. It'll probably be very short. We could probably dispense with it if we just have Mrs. Benson listen to the jail call. We won't even have to admit it or call Anderson about it.
All right.
About 10 seconds, the one where he's talking about the book.
That was one of the yesterday. Oh, no, that's.
No, that's the one.
All right. All right, so I have Detective Anderson here, so we don't have to call him and wait for him to drive all the way down from Tarpon Springs. It's not that far, but it does take a long time to get here from Tarpon Springs. All right, so I think this is probably the best way to do things is we'll complete the testimony tomorrow. I think it would be a good idea to go over the jury instructions. I think it's a good idea that before we have closing arguments, everyone understands what all the alleged mitigating circumstances are. We may group some of them. Sometimes they can be grouped. Obviously, you can argue about all the subsets and the subsections of all the issues, but we'll see how that goes. So if the defense could get me a list of all of those tomorrow. I know that the defense has a proposed final jury instructions. We'll go over those. We'll go over the ones that are a rough draft that I gave you weeks ago. And I think that way we can all be organized for closings on Friday. Keep in mind that the only issues are aggravating factors for the state and rebutting, mitigating the circumstances. So as long as you're talking about that, aggravating factors and rebutting, mitigating the circumstances, you're not going to get into any troubles. That's the way to do it. And then obviously the defense can't get into public policy arguments and that sort of thing. And then if anyone's going to show any sort of demonstrative evidence, show the other side ahead of time. Who's going to do the closings? Mr. Sarabia and Ms. Alavie, right? Oh, the ordinance. Okay.
I allowed them to.
All right. All right. Well, that was nice of you. So I remember one time we had a big issue with one of your demonstratives. Remember that?
So I do remember that, and I'm having my office do some last-minute research to see whether or not that's going to be something that I'm going to try again. But I will let you know, and I'll let the state know if that's something that I plan on trying again. But I'm only going to do it if I think that I can do it, and I'll let you know in advance.
Okay. Very good. And so then in the afternoon we'll be able to type up all the final jury instructions, and then we'll be able to copy them and all that. And then on Friday, I'm going to go ahead and do my calendar. I think we can get closings done by, or we can start closings at 10. And then normally these things, as far as the deliberations, really don't take that long. If it was a guilt phase, it could get up to 5 hours. Normally something like this doesn't take long. But I don't know if it's going to take longer when there is no guilt phase, because even though maybe they're not supposed to do that, a lot of times they'll talk about the penalty phase and the guilt phase and sort of work out deals. So obviously that's not going to happen. So it might take a little bit longer, but it's still not going to take very long. So one of the things we haven't talked about is that during deliberations, the jurors have to be sequestered. But I think if we start this Friday morning, I don't think there's any way that they're going to be deliberating past the time when they have to be sequestered. And maybe both parties will waive that anyway.
Judge, we probably, as I sit here now, we probably wouldn't sequestration.
Waive it?
Probably.
All right. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's going to be an issue. Obviously, just a reminder, even though probably everybody knows, the state goes first with the closing argument, then the defense, and that's it. There's really no time limit on these, except for the fact there is the law of diminishing returns, where sometimes the jurors have just heard enough, so you have to keep that in mind. All right, anything else we should talk about at this point? All right, so we'll see you at 9:15. We should be done in the morning with the testimony, right?
Right.
All right, then it gives you plenty of time in the afternoon to draft a nice, tight closing argument. Okay, so we'll see you tomorrow at 9:15.
All right. So court's now adjourned till